"We cannot allow you to live any longer, Leon Rykard." The words echoed across a battlefield soaked in blood. Leon stood at the center of it, his feet planted in shattered earth, his sword clenched tightly in his hand. Around him were thousands upon thousands of figures, forming a living wall of enemies that stretched as far as his eyes could see. They came from every race imaginable. Humans stood in organized formations, their armor scratched and stained. Angels hovered above the ground, wings spread wide, expressions cold and detached. Demons snarled and laughed, their twisted bodies radiating malice. Elves knocked arrows with calm precision, eyes sharp and unfeeling. Every single one of them had their weapons raised. Every single one of them was pointing them at him. "Our master ordered us to eliminate you." The voice was firm, without hesitation or doubt. Leon lifted his head slowly. Above the battlefield, far beyond the reach of swords or spells, a massive face filled the sky. It was impossibly large, stretching from horizon to horizon, smiling as if this were nothing more than a pleasant spectacle. A god looking down on ants. "All of my followers, get rid of this pathetic vermin." The voice boomed directly into their minds, crushing and absolute. "Me and the other gods shall erase all of those standing in our ways. This one is the last." "Yes, Master, the God of Eternity, has spoken. Let us annihilate this vermin." The roars came from every direction at once. Leon tightened his grip on his sword until his knuckles turned white. Among the countless enemies surrounding him, he recognized faces he never thought he would see again. Old companions, former allies, people who once fought beside him, laughed with him, bled with him. Now, they stared at him with empty eyes, their expressions stripped of hesitation, loyalty, or guilt. Once they chose to serve the God of Eternity, they abandoned everything else. Morality, bonds, even themselves. They existed only to obey. And this God was not alone. There were many like him, gods who descended upon the world, offering power, salvation, and false hope in exchange for absolute devotion. One by one, those who resisted were crushed. Those who followed became tools. Leon and the others who stood against them had fought desperately, and they had failed. Every single one of them had died without mercy. The realization settled heavily in his chest, but he didn't let it slow him down. "Goodbye, Leon Rykard. You failed." The moment those words rang out, the army moved. They surged forward from all sides at once, a tidal wave of blades, claws, and magic. Leon reacted on instinct, swinging his sword and casting his magic with everything he had. Steel clashed, blood sprayed. He cut down the first wave, then the second, then the third. But there were too many. Attacks came from behind, from above, from the sides. His defenses shattered under the overwhelming numbers. Bones cracked, flesh tore. His body was broken piece by piece. And yet, there was no pain. Leon continued to attack over and over again, even as his body failed him. His arms trembled. His legs buckled. Still, he refused to stop. "Incredible, you actually managed to put up a good fight." The god's voice carried amusement, as if watching a show. Leon had killed hundreds. Corpses piled around him, forming a grim monument to his resistance. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, blood pouring from countless wounds, yet his breathing remained steady. He refused to fall. But no matter how many he cut down, thousands more remained. And eventually, his strength ran out. Leon collapsed, his sword slipping from his grasp as his vision blurred. The final thing he saw was the twisted, gleeful expressions of those who delivered the last blows. And above them all, the smiling face of the God of Eternity, watching his death with satisfaction. Then, everything went dark. Ding! Leon's eyes flew open. He sucked in a sharp breath and jolted upright, his heart pounding violently in his chest. His hands immediately moved across his body, checking his arms, his legs, his torso. Nothing was broken. There was no blood, no pain. His voice came out hoarse. Leon looked around slowly. He was inside a familiar room. His old apartment. The worn furniture. The cracked ceiling. The faint smell of dust. Everything was exactly as he remembered it. For a brief moment, a wild thought crossed his mind. Had he been sent to another dimension? One where none of that had ever happened? Before he could think any further, ding! A sharp sound rang out, and several translucent panels appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have been invited to Eternal Ascension. I am the Heavenly One. This is your one and true chance to gain eternal life and ultimate strength. The 100 million most promising individuals on Earth aged 16 to 65 will be allowed to ascend together to Eternal Ascension. All of the others will be annihilated, as your world isn't fit to exist anymore. Good luck. This is... Leon's eyes widened in shock. I'm back to before Eternal Ascension descended. His breath caught in his throat. He was back. Not only alive, but back at the exact moment the game first appeared in the world. As the panel stated, 100 million humans received the same message at that very moment. They would all be transported to another world, never to return. And Earth itself would be annihilated. Only around 1% of humanity was allowed to enter Eternal Ascension. To most, it seemed cruel and unfair. But Leon knew better. There was a reason for it. He didn't fully understand it, not even now, but he knew it wasn't random. Ding! You will be teleported. The world around him began to blur. The walls of his apartment stretched and warped, colors smearing together before dissolving completely. Leon didn't resist. All around the globe, the same thing was happening. Those chosen by the Heavenly One vanished from their homes, their workplaces, their streets. No one knew the criteria for selection. Leon assumed it was those who could survive what was coming. Whoosh! His vision went completely black. When his eyes opened again, what the hell was that? Ha! Good thing I dropped out of school. I knew something like this would happen. I must be dreaming, right? Leon stood inside a vast, dark void. Around him were countless other people, all looking just as confused and frightened as he was. In total, there were exactly 10,000 individuals gathered there. Panic spread quickly. People shouted, cursed, cried. Even Leon felt the familiar pressure pressing down on him. He had been here before, and he remembered exactly what came next. I came back to before Eternal Ascension's arrival, he reminded himself quietly. I can't waste this chance. He carried 15 years of memories, 15 years of experience, knowledge, and regret. That alone was an unbelievable advantage. A golden finger that belonged to him and him alone. Then, ding! A brilliant white light flashed through the darkness. From it emerged a single figure. Its shape was impossible to describe. Its face and body could not be seen, as if reality itself refused to define it. Yet the moment it appeared, everyone understood. This being was far beyond them. You will all be sent to the beginning of it all. The voice echoed calmly. And perhaps, for some of you, you already came here once before. Didn't you? The figure slowly turned its head. Leon felt his blood run cold. Even though there were no visible eyes, he knew he was being stared at. The gaze lingered on him for several long seconds. Leon instinctively stepped to the side. The gaze followed. Only then did the figure look away, addressing everyone once more. You shall all receive a talent that will help you in this new world once you arrive to the first location. Perhaps you will be able to learn the truth in time, but until then, fight for your survival. Whoosh! The figure vanished. The darkness trembled, space itself folding inward. One by one, every person was pulled away. Ding! Congratulations! You have arrived at Novice Village number 1. Each novice village contains 10,000 people, with 10,000 villages available. Leon appeared in a simple village, surrounded by wooden buildings and open land. One after another, the others materialized around him. And once everyone had arrived, ding! Novice Assessment Quest has been activated. Reach level 10 within a month or face annihilation. Eternal Ascension is extremely fair in the way it works, with several opportunities within your grasp. If you cannot reach level 10 even with all of this, then I believe you simply do not deserve to keep going. Good luck. Information flooded Leon's mind, familiar yet overwhelming. And then, ding! It is now time to draw your talent. Ha! Leon smiled faintly. He was actually excited. Whether he received the same talent as before or not, he was ready. The village fell silent as everyone focused on their panels. Then, whoosh! A golden glow spread across the entire novice village. One by one, every player received their talent. Leon's panel flashed. Ding! Congratulations! You have awakened the unique SSS level talent. 100% drop rate. 100% drop rate SSS level talent, whether it is slaying monsters, opening treasure chests, or anything related to drop rates, you will always get 100% of the drops, no matter what. Leon stared at the panel for several long seconds. He hadn't expected this. Not even a little. In his previous life, S-level talents were already considered monsters. Anyone who awakened one immediately became a figure of interest. Guilds fought over them. Powerful factions offered protection, resources, and authority just to keep them on their side. SS-level talents were even rarer. Leon had personally only met a few people with them. They were walking disasters. Some commanded tens of thousands of subordinates. Others ruled entire cities not because they wanted to, but because no one could oppose them. Their strength alone shaped the rules around them. And yet, this was SSS level. Leon had never even heard of such a thing. In his 15 years inside Eternal Ascension, the highest rank ever mentioned was SS. No one had ever publicly awakened something beyond that. And now here he was, holding one. In my past life, Leon muttered quietly, his eyes still locked on the panel. I awakened the S-level talent, Magical Swordsman. That talent alone had pushed him far above average players. Magical Swordsman allowed him to wield magic while maintaining full combat efficiency with swords. He didn't suffer the usual drawbacks of split growth. His spells didn't weaken his physical strikes, and his swordsmanship didn't interfere with spellcasting. It was powerful. That was why he had said earlier that he wouldn't mind getting the same talent again. He knew exactly how strong it was and how far it could take him. But even with an S-level talent, it hadn't been enough. When you were surrounded by hundreds of enemies with comparable strength, talent alone stopped mattering. Numbers crushed everything. Strategy failed. Luck ran out. Leon exhaled slowly, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't afford to get carried away. That thing at the start, he thought, recalling the presence that appeared in the void. It knew I transmigrated. There was no doubt about it. The way it paused. The way it looked directly at him. The words it used. And now, instead of the same talent, he had received something completely different. Something absurd. This wasn't coincidence. But whatever the reason was, Leon didn't have the luxury of questioning it right now. This talent, it was terrifying. Guaranteed drops. Always. In Eternal Ascension, drop rates were everything. Weapons, equipment, materials, skill books, consumables, almost all progression relied on drops. Players spent years grinding for specific items, killing the same monsters thousands of times, hoping for a single piece of loot. Leon had done that. He had wasted countless days chasing rare drops, only to walk away empty-handed more often than not. And now, every monster kill, every chest, every drop-related event, guaranteed. Leon had spent nearly 15 years inside Eternal Ascension, and never once had he heard of a talent this broken. Even the strongest SS-level talents had conditions, limitations, or trade-offs. This had none. Combined with his experience, his knowledge of future events, monsters, routes, and systems, he held an advantage so massive it was almost unfair. Around him, the other players were finishing reading their own talent descriptions. The village quickly filled with noise. God damn it! Can I get a redraw? Ha! A rank talent, baby! Seriously? I got a D-rank one. Wanna team up? There was excitement, disappointment, panic. Leon ignored all of it. Ding! You can now check your status panel. From now on, No more help will be given to you. Good luck. Leon's expression sharpened slightly. This was the last direct guidance they would receive for a long time. After this, the system would only intervene mechanically. It would watch. Always. But it would not help. Alright, Leon thought. Let's check it. Whoosh! His mind stirred as a familiar sensation washed over him. A translucent screen appeared before his eyes, clear and structured. Name: Leon Rykard. Level: 1. Constitution. 5. Strength. 5. Agility. 5. Spirit. 5. Skills. None. Combat power. 40. Leon nodded. Same as before, he muttered. Good. 5 points in each attribute. That was the standard. Most average humans had 5 across the board. Even trained athletes only exceeded that by 1 or 2 points depending on their specialization. In the early game, those differences barely mattered. Everyone started equal, or at least that was how it looked. As for combat power, that number mattered more than anything else. Every attribute point added 2 points to combat power. Equipment, buffs, consumables, and skills increased it further. In the simplest terms, higher combat power meant higher survivability. In Eternal Ascension, everything revolved around it. My combat power is 48. Damn, mine's only 44. The moment players checked their panels, voices erupted again. Leon glanced around. Just as he remembered, everyone's combat power hovered around the same range. And right on cue, whoosh, a weapon materialized in everyone's hands. Leon looked down at the machete that appeared in his grip. Novice machete, common +2 attack. In Eternal Ascension, there was no fixed class system. Everyone started neutral. No warriors, no mages, no rogues by default. If you wanted to become a mage, you learned a spell and picked up a staff. If you wanted to be a warrior, you trained your body and used weapons. Most players chose their path based on their talent, since it made the most sense to build around what gave them the biggest advantage. In his past life, Leon had naturally become a hybrid because magical swordsman allowed it. This time, he didn't know yet. Leon glanced at the novice machete and let out a quiet sigh. A few minutes passed as players explored the novice village. It was small, simple, and empty. Wooden houses lined dirt roads. There were no NPCs, only players. Leon knew better than to waste time wandering. The entire village was surrounded by a faint, glowing barrier. Most players gathered near it, touching it, testing it, chatting casually. Leon, however, stepped away. He had been counting. 9 minutes and 30 seconds had passed since they first appeared in the village. I wouldn't stay near that thing, Leon said loudly, turning toward the group closest to it. You should move. They looked at him like he was crazy. Still, something about his tone made them hesitate. A few backed away. Others followed. Leon moved toward a more open area, tightening his grip on the machete. 5, 4, 3. Wait! The barrier's moving. Oh shit! Boom! The ground shook violently as the barrier shattered into fragments of light and vanished. And immediately monsters poured in. Wild boar, demonized rat, and small goblin. Dozens rushed into the village from all directions. Panic exploded. Some players froze. Others screamed. A few reacted. Swash! A goblin's head flew off. Another player sliced a rat clean in half. For a moment it seemed manageable. Then, whoosh! A wild boar charged forward, its tusks piercing straight through a player's torso. The body was lifted off the ground before collapsing lifelessly. Another goblin leapt forward, swinging its crude machete and severing a player's head in one clean strike. Holy shit! Arg! People recoiled in horror. Some backed away in terror. Others dropped their weapons. A few vomited on the spot. Don't be scared, Leon shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. You can kill them with a single swing. He's right, a man in a leather jacket added, slashing down 2 monsters in quick succession. They're weak. Don't freeze up. Seeing others succeed snapped them out of it. Players raised their machetes and rushed forward. Leon moved too. Calm. Focused. He ran toward a small goblin trying to ambush a distracted group and swung once. The blade flashed. The goblin's head fell. Ding. You have killed. Small goblin? 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Oh, Leon muttered. A white light emerged from the goblin's corpse before flowing directly into him. Leon didn't even check his storage. Not yet. There were still monsters alive, and he intended to kill as many as possible. Ding. You have killed Demonized Rat, level 1, and gained 10 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Item has been automatically placed in your storage space. Ding. You have killed Wild Boar, level 1, and gained 10 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Item has been automatically placed in your storage space. Ding. You have killed Small Goblin, level 1, and gained 10 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. The notifications kept appearing one after another. Leon moved through the battlefield with calm precision, seizing every opportunity he saw. His machete flashed cleanly through the air, each swing deliberate and efficient. He didn't waste energy. Every monster that stepped into his range was killed with a single well-placed strike. A rat lunged toward him. Slash. A boar charged, tusks lowered. Sidestep. Chop. A goblin screamed and raised its crude blade. Leon cut it down before it could even finish the motion. He moved like someone who had done this thousands of times before, because he had. By the time the last few monsters fell, Leon had personally killed 9 of them. It was probably the highest number in the village. What made the difference, however, was that while most players received nothing but experience points, Leon received something every single time. Every kill triggered his talent. Fwish! Leon swung his machete one last time, cleanly decapitating the final goblin just as the last remaining monsters in the novice village were wiped out. The battlefield fell silent, and at that moment, ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 2. You have gained 5 points in all attributes, and 5 free points to distribute. Oh wow! Leon blinked in surprise. In his previous life, he hadn't leveled up from this first wave. The experience had been spread too thin, and he hadn't killed enough monsters personally. But this time, he actually leveled. It might not seem like much, but to Leon it meant everything. This life was already different, better, more meaningful. Around him, discussions erupted as players caught their breath and wiped blood from their weapons. Holly hell, that was insane. I thought I was gonna die. They all went down in one hit if you didn't panic. Leon ignored the chatter and after placing his 5 free attributes points in strength, he calmly opened his status panel once more. Name, Leon Rykard, level 2, 0/300. Constitution, 10, Strength, 15, Agility, 10, Spirit, 10, Skills, none, Combat Power, 90 plus 2. Everything looked familiar. The only difference was the numbers. His attributes had doubled and so had his combat power. Leon clenched his fist slightly. He could feel it. His body was sturdier. His movements sharper. His breathing steadier. One level alone already made a noticeable difference. Then, his gaze shifted toward the upper right corner of the panel. Players. 9, 847/10, 000. Leon's expression darkened slightly. Exactly 153 people had died during the very first monster assault. That number wasn't small. But it wasn't surprising either. This was the first time humanity had ever faced monsters like these. Panic alone was enough to kill people, even if the enemies themselves weren't strong. Leon knew this lesson well. Every other novice village across the world must be experiencing the same thing right now. As players stared at the monster corpses and the bodies of those who didn't survive, a heavy silence settled over the village. Fear, confusion, sorrow, all of it mixed together. Leon stood slightly apart from the others, arms crossed, saying nothing. In his previous life, this scene had shaken him too. But time had hardened him. People would grieve, panic, and despair for now. Then they would adapt. Or die. The God of eternity and its followers. Leon's eyes hardened. No. Every single one of those gods. They're servants. I won't let them kill me again. Just as panic threatened to resurface, a few figures stepped forward. Leon recognized them immediately. David and Aaron. In the future, both of them would become well-known figures. Strong, decisive, and respected. David raised his voice first. Everyone, calm down, he said firmly. We've lost people, yes, but we're still alive. Aaron nodded beside him. This is our new reality. Running from it won't help. There's strength in numbers, David continued. If we cooperate, we can survive and grow stronger. We only have 1 month, Aaron added. We need to act quickly. Their words carried weight. Slowly, players began to steady themselves. Some nodded. Others clenched their weapons. Groups began forming almost naturally. People compared talents, discussed fighting styles, and made quick plans. Leon received several invitations. He declined every single one. My talent revolves around acquiring items, he thought calmly. I can't afford to share kills right now when I don't know anything about it. Going alone was the correct choice for now. Finally, once small teams were formed, players began leaving the novice village in different directions. Leon waited. When most of them were gone, he slipped behind one of the dilapidated wooden houses and opened his storage space. It was the first time he had actually used it. The storage space functioned like an inventory, starting with a capacity of 100 slots. Expanding it required eternal coins, the main currency of eternal ascension. Coins could be earned through killing monsters, trading, and other means. Leon focused. Whoosh! The storage interface appeared. His eyes widened instantly. Storage space. 14/100. Damn. Leon couldn't help but grin. He had killed 10 monsters total, and he had 14 items. Normally, it could take dozens of kills just to get a single drop. But his talent, it really was working exactly as described. I really am getting everything, Leon muttered. He began checking his loot. Eternal coins x 2020 coins. Likely 2 from each monster, stacked neatly into 1 slot. Eternal coins were universal currency in Eternal Ascension. They were accepted by every race, faction, and system. Even after leaving the novice village, even in higher zones, they would remain essential. It was impossible to survive without them. And early on, they were painfully rare. Leon moved on. Several gray orbs occupied the next slots. His eyes lit up. Essences. Essences were condensed vital energy left behind by monsters. Normal monsters, elites, bosses, any of them could drop one. Consuming them directly enhanced attributes. Leon checked their descriptions. Small goblin essence. Consuming will increase strength by 2. Wild boar essence. Consuming will increase agility by 2. There were no essences from the demonized rats. But he didn't mind. Without hesitation, he consumed them all. Whish! Ding! You have consumed small goblin essence and gained 2 strength. You have consumed wild boar essence and gained 2 agility. You have consumed. Warm energy surged through Leon's body. His muscles tightened. His balance improved. His movements felt lighter. He exhaled slowly, eyes gleaming. If I can keep doing this, I'll be unstoppable. He checked his panel again. Combat power, 118, plus 2. It was already above 100. In his previous life, reaching that number had taken hours. Leon moved to the next item, and froze. A skill book. He pulled it out carefully. Appraisal. Can look onto things, the higher the level, the more can be observed. Requirement. None. Leon's breathing slowed. Skill books were rare. Extremely rare. There was no limit to how many skills someone could learn, but the problem was acquiring them. Drop rates were abysmal. Some players killed tens of thousands of monsters without seeing a single one. And skill requirements could make them even harder to use. That was why most people specialized into one role instead of branching out. Even Leon had struggled juggling mage and warrior skills in his past life. But now, his talent guaranteed drops, which meant skill books too. A grin spread across his face. Appraisal was invaluable. At higher levels, it could reveal monster stats, equipment quality, maps, and even hidden information. In the early stages, it was practically divine. Leon poured mana into the book and the pages dissolved into light before seeping into him. Ding! You have learned the skill, Appraisal. Appraisal. Level 1 can be used to appraise monsters, better understanding, and item information. Leon stood still for a moment after reading the description. He had successfully learned his very first skill in this new life. And honestly, it wasn't one he had expected to get this early. In Eternal Ascension, skills were everything. Weapons broke. Equipment got outdated. Stats eventually hit walls. But skills? Skills stayed with you. Of course, even without appraisal, players could already see basic information. Item descriptions, monster names, levels, those were things everyone had access to. But appraisal was different. It showed more. With it, Leon would be able to see hidden information others couldn't. And as the skill leveled up, that gap would only grow wider. Eventually, it would allow him to analyze enemies before fighting them, evaluate equipment properly, and avoid countless mistakes that killed players early. Leon exhaled slowly. This skill alone would save him months of trial and error. He moved on to the next item in his storage space, and froze. Skill Stone can be used to upgrade a skill. Oh shit! Leon stared at it for a second, then laughed quietly. He really thought he had reached the limit of how surprised he could be. But once again, his talent proved him wrong. Skill stones were extremely valuable items. They were used to upgrade skills, increasing their levels and making them stronger, more efficient, or unlocking additional effects. Normally, acquiring one was pure luck, and upgrading skills wasn't cheap either. The higher the skill level, the more stones were needed. Most players couldn't afford to upgrade even one skill until much later. Leon didn't hesitate. If there was one skill worth upgrading right now, it was appraisal. He summoned the skill stone into his hand. It was a small crystal faintly glowing from within. Without wasting time, Leon crushed it, focusing his thoughts entirely on his skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Appraisal Level 1 to Appraisal Level 2. Appraisal Level 2 can be used to appraise monsters, item information, and terrains. Oh! Leon's eyebrows rose slightly. Terrain appraisal? That was faster than he expected. Curious, Leon crouched down and pressed his palm against the ground beneath him. Appraisal. A faint hum of energy spread from his hand. For a brief moment, his vision blurred. Then, a map appeared directly inside his mind. It wasn't perfect or extremely detailed, but it was more than enough. He could see the layout of the novice village, the surrounding paths, nearby forest zones, and several branching routes beyond. Amazing! Leon straightened up slowly, a satisfied look in his eyes. This was invaluable. With this map alone, he could avoid dangerous routes, locate monster clusters, and optimize his farming efficiency. Combined with his past life memories, he would move far faster than anyone else. Leon closed the map and returned his attention to his storage space. There were still items left. 4 of them. 4 machetes. All dropped by the small goblins. Goblin machete, common +5 attack, +3 strength. Many players would consider this useless. After all, you could only equip one weapon at a time. Extra copies just took up space. But Leon knew better. Ding! 2 identical equipments detected in storage space. Do you want to enhance them? Leon wasn't surprised by the panel. Equipment enhancement was a core system in Eternal Ascension, and one that players abused heavily in the future. By consuming identical equipment, you could enhance an item, increasing its stats and adding a plus level to it. Of course, there was a risk. Enhancement could fail, and if it failed, the equipment could break completely. But Leon didn't even blink. Enhance, he said calmly. Ding. You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement successful. Goblin Machete +2, Common +15 attack, +6 strength. Leon smiled. The weapon was noticeably stronger now. But he wasn't done. He still had 2 more identical machetes. And that meant another enhancement. He repeated the process. Once again it succeeded. Now he had 2 identical enhanced weapons. Leon looked at them, then shrugged. Gotta take risks in life, he muttered with a grin. Enhance. Ding. You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement successful. Yes. Goblin Machete +3, Common +30 attack, +12 strength. The stats jumped dramatically. Leon could feel the difference the moment he equipped it. Of course, the rank of the item itself hadn't changed. It was still common. No matter how much it was enhanced, the base rank would stay the same. And every item had an enhancement limit. But none of that mattered right now. At this stage, this weapon was monstrous. Leon equipped the Goblin Machete +3 and glanced back toward the novice village. Some players were still there, sitting down, frowning, arguing, or staring blankly at the ground. Fear lingered. Leon sighed softly. Then he turned away. There was no time to waste. Beyond the novice village stretched the first real leveling area, the wild forest. In his previous life, Leon had entered this place cautiously. Every step had been measured, every encounter avoided unless necessary. This time, he walked in confidently. His combat power had already surpassed 150. The monsters here averaged around the same. He noticed several players fighting nearby, struggling, grouping up, shouting instructions at each other. Leon didn't interfere. He moved past them, deeper into the forest, until he stopped. A group of monsters stood ahead, lurking in the shadows between the trees. Leon activated Appraisal. Shadow Dog, Level 2, Combat Power, 150, Detail. A dog that usually fights in a group with its kind. 4 of them. They were positioned in a loose formation, clearly used to hunting together. The moment Leon stepped closer, all 4 turned their glowing eyes toward him. Their combat power matched his. But Leon wasn't worried. Whoosh! He moved first. One clean swing. The machete cut straight through the first shadow dog, splitting its body in half before it even had time to react. The remaining 3 roared in fury and lunged toward him. Leon stepped aside calmly. Combat power was important, but it wasn't everything. Experience mattered. Battle sense mattered. And in those aspects, Leon was leagues above them. Whish! He ducked under a snapping jaw and slashed upward. Another shadow dog collapsed. Leon grinned faintly. The power of a magical swordsman, he thought. All I need now is my magic again. Most players took months to figure out their ideal build. Even after deciding, they spent even longer gathering the equipment and skills they needed. Leon, with this talent, with this luck, getting what he needed wouldn't be hard at all. Slash! Another dog fell. Only one remained. The last shadow dog trembled, instinct screaming at it to flee. It stared at Leon, unable to comprehend how a single human had slaughtered its entire pack. But instinct came too late. Whish! Leon decapitated it in one clean motion. Ding! You have killed X4 Shadow Dog and gained 48 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon exhaled slowly and opened his storage. 6 items awaited him. Eternal Coins X16. Shadow Necklace. Common +8 Spirit, +6 Agility. Shadow Dog Essence X3. Consuming will increase agility by 2. Vision Enhancement. Common skill consume a certain amount of spirit to enhance one's dynamic vision for 30 seconds. 2 minutes cooldown. Requirement: 10 spirit. Oh shit! Leon equipped the shadow necklace without hesitation, feeling a faint chill spread across his skin as the item bound itself to him. A moment later, he consumed the 3 shadow dog essences one after another. Each essence dissolved into warm streams of energy that rushed through his body, sinking into his muscles and joints. His movements immediately felt lighter, faster, more responsive. As the effects settled, Leon could clearly feel the increase in his agility. It wasn't subtle at all. His legs felt springy, his balance sharper, and even the way the world felt around him seemed clearer. Just like that, his combat power rose once more. Combat power, 130, plus 82. Leon stared at the panel for a moment, then let out a slow breath. Managing to reach nearly 200 combat power at level 2 was something most players could only dream of. Even those who were considered talented would struggle to reach such numbers this early. At this point, even level 3 monsters would have a hard time defeating him. That realization alone filled him with quiet satisfaction. But he wasn't done yet. Just like he had done earlier with appraisal, Leon took the skill book he had obtained and poured his mana into it without hesitation. The book glowed faintly as the information inside it flowed directly into his mind. Ding! You have learned vision enhancement. Leon closed his eyes for a moment as the skill settled, understanding flooding his thoughts naturally, as if he had practiced it for years. Perfect. A faint smile tugged at his lips. With his agility already high and now having a skill that could directly enhance his perception, his combat potential had increased even further. Still, despite everything he had gained so far thanks to his talent, there was something else Leon wanted to try: treasure chests. His talent description clearly stated that 100% drop rate worked not only on monsters but on treasure chests as well. That single line had been stuck in his mind ever since he first read it. If that was true, then what exactly did it mean? Would he really obtain every single item contained inside a chest? In his past life, treasure chests were all about luck. You could find a rare chest and still walk away with mediocre items, while someone else might get absurd rewards from an ordinary one. But now, Leon wanted to test it. Unfortunately, his appraisal skill was still only level 2. While it allowed him to view the terrain and gain a general understanding of the area, it didn't mark treasure chests or hidden points of interest. All he could see was the wild forest from above, laid out clearly in his mind like a map. I guess I'll have to move deeper, Leon thought calmly, and I can't let anyone else take these opportunities. In his past life, Leon had missed countless chances simply because he had been too weak. Eternal Ascension was filled with hidden zones, rare monsters, and treasures that only appeared under specific conditions. Often, the first person to discover them would take everything, leaving nothing behind for those who came later. This time, Leon refused to be left behind. This time, he would be the one taking everything. With that decision firmly set, Leon moved deeper into the wild forest, his machete resting lightly in his hand. Along the way, he encountered several monsters, mostly shadow dogs though. Each fight ended quickly. Leon didn't hesitate. He didn't waste movements. One clean strike after another, his enhanced agility allowing him to dodge with ease while his strengthened machete tore through flesh and bone. Their bodies hit the ground before they even understood what had happened. Eventually, after pushing past thick clusters of trees, the forest opened up. Leon slowed his steps. Ahead of him was a small clearing, bathed in filtered light from above. The atmosphere felt different here, heavier somehow. And right at the edge of the clearing, there was a chest. Leon's eyes widened. Oh shit! The chest was emitting a faint sigh and glow, subtle but unmistakable. No way! His heartbeat quickened. That's a rare treasure chest. Rare treasure chests were valuable. And though it was on the lower side of the scale in terms of rank, it was still good. Someone else had gotten it before him in his past life, since he never encountered it. But not this time. Before Leon could even take a single step forward, Fwish! A massive figure dropped from the trees, landing heavily between Leon and the chest. The ground shook. Leon's gaze snapped upward. The monster stood tall, its limbs thick and powerful. Each of its hands ended in 4 sharp claws, digging into the earth. Its body was covered in white fur, but patches of dark scales ran along its neck and shoulders, giving it a savage appearance. Forest Ape, Boss, Level 2, Combat Power, 250, Details. An ape-like monster that likes to act alone and protect its treasure. It has slow movement but is very strong. Leon exhaled slowly. As expected, bosses in Eternal Ascension were on a completely different level. Their combat power far exceeded that of normal monsters at the same level, often by a ridiculous margin. Right now, the forest ape's combat power was clearly higher than Leon's. But Leon didn't back away. He didn't panic. Combat power was only a general measure of strength. It didn't account for experience, skill usage, or combat awareness. And in those areas, Leon was confident. With his current strength and agility, he knew he could win. That said, the fight was still dangerous. His constitution wasn't particularly high. If the forest ape landed even one solid hit, Leon would die. But the same was true for the boss. Leon's eyes focused on its neck. That was its weakness. The forest ape roared and lunged forward, lifting its claws high before swinging them down with terrifying force. But just as the description said, it was slow. Far too slow. Leon stepped aside easily, his body moving almost instinctively as he swung his machete in one smooth motion. Crunch! The blade struck the scales on the forest ape's neck, shattering them piece by piece. A moment later, the sound of tearing flesh followed. The forest ape let out a furious roar and began thrashing wildly, its movements becoming erratic as it tried to retaliate. Its massive head swung back and forth, claws slashing unpredictably. It's getting too unstable, Leon thought calmly. Perfect timing to try this. Vision enhancement. Mana surged through his eyes as the skill activated. In an instant, Leon's perception of the world changed. A faint line traced itself across his vision, and everything around him slowed. Movements became clearer, sharper, easier to read. So this is what it feels like. The forest ape's claws moved toward him, but they seemed sluggish now, their trajectories easy to predict. Leon stepped forward, then sideways, weaving through the attacks with precision. His agility carried him effortlessly, each dodge timed perfectly. He didn't rush. He observed, then struck. Slash! The machete tore into the already wounded neck, deepening the cut. The forest ape screamed again, stumbling backward in confusion. Leon stayed calm. His eyes tracked every movement, every twitch of muscle. And when the opening appeared, whish! With a final, decisive strike, Leon decapitated the boss completely. The massive head fell to the ground, followed by the rest of the body collapsing heavily into the dirt. Phew! Leon stepped back, his breathing steady. 15 seconds later, the effect of vision enhancement faded, and the skill entered cooldown. Ding! You have killed Forest Ape, Level 2 boss, and gained 100 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon didn't even glance at the corpse. Instead, his eyes immediately shifted to the chest. He walked toward it quickly, his excitement barely contained. Rare treasure chest. May contain skill stones, enhancement stones, special items, or skill scroll. Every treasure chest had its own possible loot pool. Normally, players would receive only a few random items, entirely based on luck. But Leon, luck didn't matter anymore. Whish! He poured his mana into the chest, and it opened instantly. Ding! 100% drop rate has triggered. All items inside of the treasure chest have been placed into storage space. Leon's grin widened. He opened his storage space immediately. Alongside the drops from the monsters and the forest ape, every single item from the chest was there. Every single one. This talent is even more broken than I thought, Leon thought, his grin growing wider. No matter what I do, I'll always get everything. Without wasting another second, Leon began checking what he had obtained. Storage space, 14/100. Nice. Leon felt genuinely satisfied as he looked at the contents of his storage space. It was neatly filled with the items he had obtained so far, each one a clear result of the risks he had taken and the absurd advantage granted by his talent. Without wasting time, he began sorting through everything, starting with the most straightforward gains. Out of the 16 items stacked together, 5 were shadow dog essences. Leon consumed them one after another, feeling the familiar surge of energy spread through his body each time. His legs felt lighter, his reflexes sharper, and the change was immediate and noticeable. In total, his agility increased by 10 points, pushing his physical abilities even further beyond what a level 2 player should reasonably possess. Once that was done, he turned his attention to the drops from the boss. Forest Ape Essence. Consuming will increase strength by 5. Roasted Ape Meat, common. Forest Ape Scales, common plus 5 constitution when worn. Oh shit! Leon couldn't help reacting aloud. Boss essences were in a completely different category compared to normal monster essences. Not only were they much rarer, but the attributes they granted were also significantly higher. In his past life, killing a boss was difficult, and obtaining its essence even harder. Yet now, thanks to 100% drop rate, it felt almost inevitable. As expected, Leon didn't hesitate. He consumed the Forest Ape Essence, feeling a heavy, grounded strength flow through his body. His muscles felt denser, more solid, as if his body had been reinforced from the inside. Fwish! Ding! You have consumed Forest Ape Essence and gained 5 strength. After that, he equipped the Forest Ape Scales, which wrapped around his neck and adjusted themselves perfectly to its size. The item wasn't flashy, but Leon could clearly feel the increase in durability it provided. Next came the items from the rare treasure chest, the ones he had been most curious about. Eternal Coins X300, Skill Stone X2, can be used to upgrade a skill. Enhancement Stone X2, can be used to enhance an equipment. Purple Jade Necklace, rare plus 15 spirit, plus 20 constitution. Comes with the Purple Jade defensive skill. Requirement, level 3. Leon's eyes lingered on each panel. 300 eternal coins was a decent chunk for the start. On top of that, he had obtained skill stones, enhancement stones, and even a rare tier necklace with a built-in defensive skill. Any single one of these items would have caused chaos if revealed to the public. And then, finally, Leon turned his attention to the last item. It was a spell scroll. Leon's grin widened as he read the panel. Fireball, common, focus your spirit and condense it into a fireball that hits a target. Requirement, 20 spirit. My first magical attack in this life, Leon thought, clearly pleased. Looks like I really am heading toward becoming a magical swordsman again. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it immediately. The spirit requirement was still just out of reach. Still, that wasn't a problem. With his current pace, it wouldn't take long at all. After equipping what he could and consuming what made sense, Leon turned his attention to the remaining stones. Perfect. Skill stones were always valuable, but their use became more demanding as skills increased in level. A level 2 skill usually required 2 stones to upgrade, and higher levels demanded even more. Leon didn't hesitate for even a second. He selected Appraisal and used both skill stones on it. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Appraisal Level 2 to Appraisal Level 3. Appraisal Level 3 can be used to appraise monsters, item information, terrains, and special materials. Perfect! In Eternal Ascension, special materials played an important role. They were used in alchemy, crafting, rituals, and sometimes even hidden quests. Without appraisal, identifying them was extremely difficult, and most players would either ignore them entirely or accidentally destroy something valuable. Now, Leon wouldn't miss any of that. Next came the enhancement stones. Unlike fusing identical equipment, enhancement stones carried no risk of the item breaking. That alone made them priceless. Unfortunately, their drop rate was abysmal, and even wealthy players struggled to obtain them in large quantities. Leon first tried to enhance his Goblin Machete plus 3. Beep! Your Goblin Machete's enhancement level has reached its limit and cannot be enhanced again. Expected. There were limits for a reason. If items could be enhanced endlessly, the entire balance of the game would collapse. Anyone could just stack enhancements on a worthless weapon and turn it into something unstoppable. Instead, Leon used one enhancement stone on the Shadow Necklace and the other on the Forest Ape Scales. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your Shadow Necklace and Forest Ape Scales. Shadow Necklace plus 2, Common plus 15 Spirit, plus 10 Agility. Forest Ape Scales plus 2, Common plus 10 Constitution when worn. Perfect. Leon nodded in satisfaction. After everything was said and done, only a few items remained unused in his storage space. Among them was the roasted ape meat. Unlike sleep, which had almost become unnecessary in Eternal Ascension, eating was still required. Players wouldn't starve instantly, but prolonged neglect would lead to debuffs and eventually death. I can eat later, Leon thought calmly. Good to know I won't have to worry about that. With everything settled, he decided it was time to check his status panel and see exactly how far he had come. Name: Leon Rykard, level 2-185/300. Constitution 10 plus 10, Strength 26 plus 12, Agility 34 plus 10, Spirit 10 plus 15, Skills. Appraisal LV.3, Vision Enhancement LV.1, Combat Power 160 plus 124, Eternal Coins 336. Leon studied the panel carefully. His combat power was approaching 300, and he wasn't even level 3 yet. Without exaggeration, he knew he had surpassed every other human across the 10,000 districts. At this moment, he was the strongest. Still, something else caught his attention. His spirit. It was effectively at 25 now, which meant he technically met the requirement for Fireball. Didn't he? A wide grin spread across Leon's face as he pulled the Fireball spell scroll from his storage space. Without hesitation, he poured mana into it and tore it apart. The scroll dissolved into light, and the knowledge within flowed directly into him. Ding! You have learned the skill Fireball. Nice. He didn't have his magical swordsman talent from his past life, but that didn't matter. He had walked this path before, and he knew it was possible to do it again. Interestingly enough, Fireball had also been the very first spell he learned in his previous life. It was probably the most common starting spell for mages, simple yet effective. After confirming everything, Leon moved deeper into the forest. A short while later, he encountered a group of goblins. Small goblin, level 2, combat power 175. Details. Goblins that usually fight in groups, considered one of the weakest kinds of monsters. They noticed Leon immediately, but he didn't slow down. Fireball. Leon didn't need a staff to cast magic. In his past life, he had used a specialized sword, but for now, raw control was enough. A fireball the size of a football formed in front of him before launching forward. Boom! The explosion scorched 2 of the goblins instantly, killing them on the spot. The remaining one barely had time to react before Leon was already behind it. Slash! His head fell cleanly to the ground. Ding! You have killed X4, small goblin, level 2, and gained 40 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon obtained 2 goblin machetes, which he quickly fused into a better one, and consumed the 2 essences, gaining 4 more strength. I'm close to level 3, Leon thought. Going deeper should be fine. As he moved forward, he noticed a faint glint in the grass beneath his feet. He immediately used Appraisal. Name: Darkened Stargrass. Rank: Commandeer Spirit Grass. Effect: consuming it directly will paralyze your body temporarily. Can be used in alchemy. HM. Leon wasn't an alchemist, but special materials always had value. He stored it away without hesitation. With that, he continued deeper into the wild forest, eager to see just how far his current combat power could take him. The /N Power Stones greatly help the book. If you enjoy it, please donate some. While Leon was moving quickly through the wild forest, a familiar sound reached his ears. Take this, asshole. God damn it. That thing is too strong. Mutated, huh? Leon slowed his pace, his expression sharpening. Those were voices. Fighting voices. He immediately adjusted his direction and rushed toward the source. Based on his experience from his past life, there were only a handful of teams that could have progressed this far this early. And among them, only one stood out clearly in his memory. Sure enough, the moment he broke through the trees and reached the clearing where the noise originated, he saw them. A group of 4 humans were locked in combat with a single monster. It was a goblin, but not a normal one. This goblin was taller than usual, its limbs thicker, its posture more upright. In its hands was a massive machete that looked far too heavy for a creature of its kind. Yet it swung the weapon with frightening ease. Leon narrowed his eyes. A mutated monster already. Small goblin, mutated. Level 3. Combat power 300. Details. A goblin that has mutated, becoming taller and more aggressive. It is fast and will attempt to flee if it judges a fight unwinnable. Mutated monsters were a special category in Eternal Ascension. They weren't quite bosses, but they were far stronger than normal monsters of the same level. When encountered alone, they were manageable for skilled teams. When encountered in groups, they were disasters waiting to happen. Their defining feature was simple. They looked wrong. Extra limbs, unnatural proportions, unusual growths. Anything that broke the standard appearance of their species was a clear warning sign. They could also be mutated based on their abilities, though those were harder to spot. This goblin was a textbook example. Taller, bulkier, faster, and far more aggressive than its normal counterparts. Leon's attention shifted from the monster to the people fighting it. As expected, David and Aaron's team. They were the same players who had stepped up after the monster assault on the novice village, calming people down and organizing groups. Even now, they were doing well, despite facing something beyond what most players could handle at this stage. Slash. The mutated goblin brought its massive machete down in a brutal arc. Aaron stepped forward and raised his shield, blocking the strike head-on. The impact echoed through the clearing, the force driving Aaron back half a step, but he held his ground. Smash! The moment the goblin's attack was halted, David moved in. He swung his own machete at the goblin's torso, slicing into its side before immediately retreating to avoid a counterattack. Their movements were coordinated, clean, disciplined. Many players in Eternal Ascension fought timidly, afraid of taking damage because they only had one life. But David's group understood something crucial. Growth required risk. They weren't reckless, but they weren't paralyzed by fear either. Eleanor, David shouted. Fire! A girl standing at the back reacted instantly. She raised her bow and released an arrow with smooth precision. The projectile pierced the air and struck the goblin directly in the eye. The monster roared in pain, staggering as one side of its vision was lost. Leon's gaze sharpened. Interesting. He instinctively used appraisal on her. Something about her felt familiar, though he couldn't immediately place why. Name: Eleanor Starlight. Level 2. Talent? Skills? Combat power 176. At first glance, her stats didn't seem exceptional, but Leon could tell there was more to her than the panel showed. The power behind her shots wasn't normal. She has a strong talent, Leon thought. They all do. David and Aaron weren't the type to recruit randomly. They only gathered people with clear potential, and this group was proof of that philosophy. Slowly but steadily, they continued to wear down the mutated goblin. Each attack was calculated, each movement deliberate. They avoided unnecessary risks while steadily stacking damage. For a moment, it looked like they had the situation under control. Then, Ruhr, the mutated goblin, suddenly released a deafening roar. A wave of pressure swept through the clearing, freezing everyone in place for a brief but critical moment. The monster raised its machete high, preparing a wide, sweeping strike that would hit everyone nearby. Holy shit, David muttered. Dodge! But the stun hadn't fully worn off yet. That was when Leon stepped in. Fireball! A condensed sphere of flame shot from Leon's hand and slammed directly into the goblin's torso. The explosion disrupted the attack entirely, knocking the monster off balance. Before it could recover, Leon closed the distance. His machete flashed. The mutated goblin's body was cleaved cleanly in half. Whoosh! Ding! You have killed small goblin, mutated, and gained 30 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. The clearing fell silent. David's team stared at the corpse, then at Leon. They had been fighting carefully, wearing the monster down bit by bit. And yet, the moment Leon intervened, the fight ended almost instantly. They had done damage, yes, but the speed and decisiveness of the kill were shocking. The group's support member, a girl with black hair cut into a neat bob, reacted first. She quickly moved among her teammates, casting a healing spell that restored their injuries. Healing-type talent, Leon noted. That's rare and valuable. Their team composition was solid. Eleanor provided ranged damage. The healer kept them sustained. Aaron served as the frontline tank. And David handled close-range offense. With talents like these, they could survive for a while. But Leon knew the truth. Even with this strength, most humans wouldn't make it. The later stages of eternal ascension were merciless. Entire civilizations fell there. Power alone wasn't enough. David, Aaron, Eleanor, every single one of them would eventually die. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even for years, but they would fall. Leon was one of the very few humans who had survived long enough in his past life to truly understand what awaited them. Most others either lost their minds, pledged themselves to gods, or allied with monstrous beings just to stay alive. I can't let that happen again, Leon murmured quietly, shaking his head. Focus. I heard footsteps, David said, turning toward Leon. You're the guy who warned everyone about the barrier back in the village. Leon nodded slightly. David, remembering him, made things easier. What's your name? Eleanor stepped forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. You're really strong. Up close, she was striking. Her orange hair flowed naturally, framing a beautiful face that carried both confidence and excitement. In her hand was a small bow, one that could seemingly generate arrows on its own. Her talent was still in its infancy, far from its true potential. And that was when it clicked. Leon's eyes widened slightly. He remembered her. In the future, Eleanor Starlight would form one of the largest guilds humanity had ever seen. Thousands followed her, drawn by her SS-level talent, Archer of Destiny. And yet, despite everything she built, she would eventually be betrayed. Her own people would abandon her and side with the gods. If Leon had to judge beside him, then she was definitely one of the strongest person in the entirety of Novice Village number 1, if not humanity. For now, though, she was safe. Leon, he replied calmly. I was passing through and saw the fight. Aaron stepped closer, studying Leon carefully. His eyes lingered on Leon's equipment, the enhanced machete, the necklace, the scales. Compared to them, Leon was absurdly well equipped. Want to join our group? Aaron asked without hesitation. You'd fit in perfectly. They were selective. They only recruited those with strong talents and clear potential. Leon clearly qualified. But Leon shook his head. I prefer being alone, he said with a small smile. Fair enough, David nodded easily. If you need anything, let us know. You saved us. Sure, Leon replied. Connections mattered. These people would become important figures later. But right now, Leon's priority was preparing for what came next. As he turned to leave, Eleanor hesitated, then stepped closer. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Can I add you as a friend? Eternal Ascension, like any game, had a friends system. It allowed trusted individuals to communicate, form parties, and coordinate across zones. In the future, it would be indispensable. But Leon shook his head. No. Maybe later, Leon said as he walked away. Focus on not dying first. David's group turned back toward the forest, heading deeper in search of more monsters. Leon, on the other hand, stopped a short distance away and opened his storage space. Let's see what a mutated monster gives me, he thought. As long as Leon was the one who contributed the most to a battle, it seemed his talent would always activate without fail. That much was clear now. Whether it required him to land the finishing blow was something he still needed to test. He wondered if striking a monster once and letting others kill it would count, or if the system was stricter than that. Either way, those details could wait. What mattered now were the rewards. Leon opened his storage space and looked through the items he had obtained from the mutated goblin. Eternal Coins X10. Mutated Small Goblin Essence. Consuming will increase strength by 3. Goblin Machete +2. Common +15 attack. +6 strength. He stared at the list for a moment, then let out a quiet breath. I guess it doesn't change much if the mutated monster doesn't have many differences, he muttered. In the end, that creature had still been a goblin. Taller, more aggressive, and stronger than usual, yes, but not fundamentally different. Mutations raised stats, not rarity. Bosses were the ones that truly warped the rules. Without hesitating, Leon consumed the essence first. A warm sensation spread through his body, flowing into his muscles and settling there, familiar by now. Strength rose, and with it, his overall stability in combat. Next, he pulled out the machete. He already had one identical to it in his storage. There was no reason to keep both separate. Fwish! You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement successful. When the light faded, Leon now had 2 goblin machete +3 with him. One was already equipped. The other sat unused, sharp and heavy, its stats noticeably higher than before. Maybe I could give it to David or one of his teammates, Leon thought briefly. But they'll be fine, I think. David and Aaron were competent, and more importantly, cautious. They wouldn't die anytime soon if they kept playing it smart. Still, Leon couldn't ignore the thought that his presence here, his interference compared to his past life, might cause a snowball effect. Even small changes could eventually spiral into something unpredictable. He pushed the thought aside and kept moving. The deeper he went into the wild forest, the more monsters he encountered. Demonized rats scurried between roots and rocks, their red eyes glowing faintly in the dim light beneath the canopy. Leon killed them without hesitation, fireballs bursting through their bodies or his machete cleaving them apart in a single swing. At one point, he encountered a mutated demonized rat. Larger than the others, its muscles swollen unnaturally, its movements erratic and aggressive. It lunged at him with surprising speed, but Leon met it head-on, crushing it without mercy. Fwish! Demonized rat essence. Consuming will increase constitution by 2. Leon consumed it immediately. His body felt heavier, sturdier, as if his bones and organs had been reinforced from within. He checked his status again, eyes narrowing slightly as the numbers updated. Combat power, 190, plus 124. Leon let out a low whistle. His combat power had officially surpassed 300. That meant level 4 monsters would no longer pose a real threat to him. He could fight them cleanly without needing to gamble his life. A wide grin spread across his face. I'm not far from level 3 either, he said to himself. Once I reach it, I'll be able to unlock the level ranking. Rankings were more than just bragging rights. In the future, they shaped reputation, drew attention, and influenced how gods and factions viewed players from all races. Leon knew better than anyone how dangerous that could be, but he also knew how powerful it was to stand at the top early. Just as he was about to keep moving forward, a familiar sound echoed in his ears. Ding! The chime rang out clearly, not just for him, but for every player inside Eternal Ascension. Leon stopped walking instantly. Right, he thought. About an hour has passed. Sure enough, the announcement followed. The trading house is now open for everyone. You can buy and sell items without any fees. Note that currently, it is limited to trades within your novice village. Expected, Leon said calmly. It had been exactly 1 hour since they were all summoned into this world. The opening of the trading house always came at this time. It was the first real taste of economy in Eternal Ascension, the place where eternal coins stopped being numbers and started becoming leverage. Voices immediately erupted across the system channels. Wait a minute. Why are there already items being sold? What kind of junk is this? They're selling novice machetes for 5 eternal coins. Are they trying to scam people? Someone's listing monster meat. Let's buy it so we can eat, David said, purchasing food for his team without hesitation. Better than starving. Eleanor tilted her head while browsing, her expression growing more confused by the second. Why is there women's underwear being sold? And why did someone just buy it? Buying a goblin machete. For 10 eternal coins? Anyone selling? Leon observed quietly, watching listings appear and disappear at a rapid pace. The market was chaotic, full of ignorance and impulse. Players didn't yet understand value. Some hoarded coins. Others spent them recklessly. For Leon, there was nothing there he needed. With his talent, he could obtain everything himself. Still, he knew eternal coins weren't useless. Far from it. Once players left the novice village, coins would become essential. Well, Leon murmured, I might as well sell my machete. He opened the trading house interface and selected the goblin machete +3 he wasn't using. He listed it carefully, setting the price at 40 eternal coins. It was expensive but fair. Given how rare enhancement levels were this early, and considering the stats, it was a steal for anyone who understood what they were looking at. The moment he confirmed the listing, the item shot straight to the top of the trading house page. What kind of idiot sells something for that price? Wait, look at the enhancement level. It's +3. What? The chatter exploded. Players stared at the weapon stats in disbelief. +30 attack and +12 strength. That kind of weapon could carry someone through the start of the novice village phase without trouble. It was undeniably overpowered. Only a few seconds passed and, ding! Your goblin machete +3 has been sold to David Windbreak. Ha! Leon chuckled softly. So he did buy it. The machete vanished from Leon's storage and appeared directly in David's hands. That seamless transfer was exactly why the trading house was so valuable. The other novice villages must have some interesting items by now, Leon thought. But that can wait. For now, what mattered was strength. He closed the trading house and refocused on the wild forest. The map hovered faintly in his vision, but it showed nothing special yet. I'm still not strong enough to attempt that quest, Leon thought. Level 5 at least. With that in mind, he continued forward. Before long, another group of monsters appeared. At this depth of the forest, levels below 3 were rare. The danger was rising steadily, just as he remembered. Fireball! A demonized rat exploded in flames. Leon dashed forward, cutting down a small goblin before narrowly avoiding an arrow that whistled past his head. He turned sharply. Archer Goblin? Level 3. Combat Power 220. Details. A goblin that wields a bow and fires arrows. Becomes defenseless once at close range. Leon closed the distance instantly. Whish! He deflected an arrow mid-step and swung his machete in one smooth motion, slicing through the goblin's skull. Ding! You have killed Goblin Archer and gained 15 experience points. You have killed 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. The system messages stacked rapidly, and then, ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 3. You have gained 5 points in all attributes, and 5 free points to distribute. Leon exhaled slowly. Perfect. His growth was steady, efficient. Exactly how he wanted it. Without hesitation, he allocated the 5 free points into Spirit. Now that he had spells, his spell efficiency mattered far more than raw physical stats alone. After that, he equipped the necklace he had been waiting to use. Purple Jade Necklace, rare +15 Spirit, +20 Constitution. Comes with the Purple Jade defensive skill. Requirement, level 3. The moment he equipped it, a faint protective sensation wrapped around his body, subtle but reassuring. His stats surged again, and Leon immediately checked his combat power. Combat power, 240, +194. Haha! Leon laughed openly this time. Incredible! He clenched his fist, feeling the strength and stability coursing through him. I might actually be able to complete that quest sooner than expected now. And with that thought firmly in mind, Leon turned his gaze deeper into the forest, already planning his next move. At the same time Leon reached level 3, not too far away, near a wide clearing deep inside the forest. Another fight had just ended. Whish! The massive body of a giant blue frog collapsed onto the ground, its thick blood seeping into the dirt and staining the grass beneath it. The creature twitched once, then went completely still. Standing around the corpse were 4 exhausted but excited players. David's team. David wiped the sweat from his brow and looked down at the weapon in his hands, his grip tightening around the handle of his machete. His face slowly broke into a wide grin. "This a goblin machete +3 is insane," he said, unable to hide his excitement. "We can even take down a boss with this thing now." Aaron laughed as he leaned on his shield, nodding in agreement. The fight had been smoother than expected, and the damage David had dealt was on a completely different level compared to before. "Good," Eleanor said with a grin of her own, lowering her bow slightly. "At least I'm not the one dealing the most damage anymore." Even though she fought from long range, her arrows were still terrifyingly strong. More than once, she had killed monsters in a single shot, and only David's enhanced weapon had finally taken that role away from her. 50 experience points, Aaron said cheerfully, checking his panel. "That boss was worth it. You all got the same, right?" "Yep, I did too." David let out a satisfied breath and straightened his posture. "I'm almost level 3 now," he said, clearly pleased. "If we keep going like this, we might be the first team to reach it." But the moment those words left his mouth, a familiar sound echoed through the clearing. Ding! A system announcement rang clearly, cutting through the atmosphere and drawing everyone's attention. Player Leon Rykard in Novice Village number 1 has successfully advanced to level 3, unlocking the level leaderboard. It will constantly show the level ranking of the top 25 players above level 3. David froze. "What?" His jaw dropped slightly as he stared at the floating text. "I thought I was fast, but he beat me to it?" Aaron scratched his chin, his expression thoughtful rather than shocked. "That's Leon. The guy we saw earlier," he said slowly. "The one who sold you the goblin machete." He paused for a moment before adding, "Looks like he really was strong enough to go solo." Almost instantly, players all across the Novice Village opened the new panel that had just unlocked. Level Leaderboard 1. Leon Rykard. Level 3. Since no one else had reached level 3 yet, Leon's name stood alone at the top of the leaderboard. That single fact alone made waves. His name was already spreading far faster than it ever had in his past life. Back then, even with an S-level talent, Leon had never once appeared in the top 25. He had always lagged behind, cautious and underprepared. This time was different, and there was a reason for that. It should happen soon, Leon thought calmly as he continued moving through the forest. Now that the trading house is open, it won't take long. Before he could dwell further on that thought, more system panels appeared, one after another, visible to every player. Ding! Level promotions will be rewarded. The first to reach level 10 will be rewarded with a legendary treasure chest. The second to third to reach level 10 will be rewarded with an epic treasure chest. The 4th to 10th will be rewarded with an elite treasure chest. The 11th to 25th will be rewarded with a rare treasure chest. All remaining players will receive an uncommon treasure chest upon reaching level 10. Leon's eyes narrowed slightly as he read through the list. In his past life, he had only ever received an uncommon treasure chest. He remembered that disappointment clearly. By the time he reached level 10 back then, the rewards that truly mattered were already gone. But this time it would be different. With his current talent, aiming for the legendary chest wasn't just possible, it was logical. Getting every single item inside a legendary treasure chest would completely change his early trajectory. It would give him a massive advantage that could carry him far beyond the novice stage. Ding! Another panel appeared. Since you were the first to reach level 3, you have been rewarded with 10 reputation points. When reputation points reach certain thresholds, rewards can be obtained. Oh! Leon muttered softly. Reputation points were rare and valuable, especially this early. They affected how systems, NPCs, and even certain quests responded to a player. Getting 10 of them right away was a significant boost. When the announcements finally ended, the entire novice village was buzzing. How the hell is he leveling that fast? Overpowered talent, probably. Figures. Even experienced players were shaken. David and his team exchanged looks, their excitement turning into renewed determination. "All right," David said firmly. "No slacking off. If we can't get the legendary chest, we'll at least aim for the epic ones." "Yeah." Back in the forest, Leon checked everything one last time and confirmed that his status was stable. There was no reason to stop now. Then the notifications came. Ding, ding, ding. You have received a friend request from Oscar Daniels. You have received a friend request from... You have received? The requests flooded in rapidly. Dozens of them. Leon frowned slightly and muted the notifications without hesitation. He had no interest in accepting random players. Connections were important, but only the right ones. Blind trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Instead, he opened the map that had been unlocked through his appraisal skill and began scanning it carefully. The secret quest should still be available, he murmured. No one else could have found it yet. His eyes moved slowly across the terrain markers, paths, and shaded regions. Then, after only a few seconds, they stopped. Leon's gaze sharpened. There it was. A small, almost unnoticeable opening tucked between uneven terrain, barely visible unless someone knew exactly where to look. It was the entrance to a cave, exactly where he remembered it. Without the map, finding it would have been nearly impossible. Even back in his past life, he had only stumbled across it by accident and far too late. Leon didn't waste another second. He moved quickly toward the location, pushing his pace despite the rising danger around him. The area surrounding the cave was home to level 4 and 5 monsters, far stronger than what most players could handle right now. But Leon didn't slow down. After roughly 10 minutes of careful but swift movement, he finally reached the cave entrance. This was the place. A quest that no one had ever completed in his past life. The reason was simple. It was time-based. If players didn't complete it within a few hours of entering Eternal Ascension, it disappeared forever. The first time Leon had entered this cave, all he had found was a corpse. This time, hello? A weak voice echoed from within. Leon stepped inside and immediately spotted a woman leaning against the cave wall. Her breathing was shallow, her body trembling. Please. I need your help." "Bingo," Leon said quietly, a grin forming. "I wasn't late." The woman had pale, beautiful skin and pointed elf ears. She wore a robe and clutched a scepter tightly in one hand. But her condition was terrible. Blood stained her lips, and she coughed violently, her life force visibly fading. "My name is Amelia," she said weakly. I was attacked by poison snakes. I don't think I can last much longer." Ding. You have triggered the S-level Novice Village quest. Save the poisoned elf. Time limit: 1 hour 14 minutes. Leon's expression turned serious. Amelia had died quickly in his past life. No one had reached her in time. By the time players discovered this cave back then, it was already too late. But now there was a chance. I think some of the snakes may drop an antidote," Amelia continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I don't think you'll have enough time." She coughed again, her body sagging further against the wall. Quest objective: bring the antidote to Amelia to save her from her cruel fate. Reward: elite treasure chest and 500 eternal coins. Leon clenched his fist. Yeah, he thought firmly. There's no way I'm letting this slip. This time he would change the outcome. The poison snakes are deeper inside the cave," Amelia said weakly, her voice trembling as she leaned against the cold stone wall. "Please, I need to return to my own instance." Leon frowned slightly as he looked at her. "How did you even get here in the first place?" he asked calmly. "Races should be separated at the start of Eternal Ascension." At those words, Emilia's eyes widened in visible shock. Wait, how do you even... No matter... Leon interrupted before she could finish, his tone firm. I'll get you the antidote. She stared at him for a moment, clearly confused, but then slowly nodded. All right, thank you. Before turning away, Leon activated appraisal on her, wanting to at least get a clearer idea of who he was trying to save. Name, Emilia Verdant. Level, 8 talent? Skills? Combat power? Status, poisoned. Leon narrowed his eyes slightly. He still couldn't see most of her information, but at least her name was now clear. Verdant, he thought, rubbing his chin lightly. That family name. In his past life, Emilia had died too quickly for anyone to learn anything about her. She never played any role afterward, never influenced the world in any way. She had simply vanished, another forgotten casualty of the early game. But this time was different. If he saved her, things could change. And so, without wasting another second, Leon turned and headed deeper into the cave, his steps steady and his focus sharp. As he descended further, the air around him slowly changed. It became damp and heavy, carrying a faint stench that irritated his nose. The walls narrowed slightly, and faint, unsettling sounds echoed from somewhere ahead. Then a system panel appeared in front of his vision. Ding! You have entered the level 5 zone. Poison Cave. Expected, Leon muttered. Eternal Ascension was filled with zones like this, special areas layered with danger, resources, and challenges. Some held powerful monsters, others rare items or hidden quests. But one thing was always the same. Entering them meant risking your life. Since players only had one chance, many avoided zones entirely, choosing safer paths instead. Leon didn't have that luxury. He needed the antidote. He continued forward, descending deeper into the cave until it finally opened into a wide chamber. The faint glow of bioluminescent moss illuminated the area just enough for him to see clearly. And what he saw made him tense slightly. Several long, dark shapes slithered across the stone floor. Poison snake. Level 5. Combat power 400. Details. Extremely fast. Their venom will slowly kill the victim after being bitten. Damn, Leon muttered. Each of these snakes had combat power close to his own. One mistake would be enough to poison him, and that poison would not be something he could easily deal with. Leon quickly scanned the area. I don't see a boss, he thought. But it has to be nearby. Emilia had said that the snakes carried the antidote, but Leon knew better. Normal monsters rarely held quest-critical items. If there was an antidote, it would almost certainly drop from a stronger variant or a boss. That was why no one had completed this quest in his past life. Even if someone found Emilia in time, risking everything to fight a boss-level poison monster was not a decision many were willing to make. Fireball. Leon launched a fireball toward the nearest snake. Flames exploded on impact, scorching its scales and sending it crashing against the cave wall. But it didn't die. Instead, the snake twisted its body and lifted its head, locking its cold eyes onto Leon. Hiss! A low, sharp hiss echoed through the chamber. In response, the other snakes slowly turned toward him as well. One by one, they began slithering forward. 6 of them. Leon didn't move. Well, he said calmly, a faint grin forming. Guess I'll just kill you all and see what you drop. Fwish! The moment the snakes lunged, Leon rushed forward instead of retreating. Vision enhancement. The world around him shifted instantly. Every movement became clearer, slower, easier to read. The snapping jaws of the snakes looked almost sluggish under his enhanced vision. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging 2 strikes, then slashed downward with his machete. Crunch! Steel met flesh as one snake's tail was severed cleanly. Highest! The creature thrashed violently, its body slamming against the stone floor. Leon didn't hesitate. He knew that with similar combat power, brute force wouldn't be enough. He had to fight smart. Snake-type monsters almost always shared the same weakness: their tails. Another snake lunged toward his arm, its fangs inches away from his skin. Leon leaned back just in time, then swung his machete in a clean arc slash. The snake's head separated from its body, rolling across the stone floor. Fireball. Leon immediately followed up, launching another fireball at the snake he had injured earlier. Already weakened, it couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed lifelessly. 3 down. The remaining snakes didn't retreat. Instead, they circled him, striking again and again, trying to exploit even the smallest opening. Leon stayed calm. He dodged, blocked, and countered, relying on his enhanced vision and agility. Every movement was deliberate. Every strike was calculated. By the time the 30 seconds of vision enhancement ended, the chamber was silent. All 6 poison snakes lay dead on the ground. Ding! You have killed X6 poison snake and gained 120 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Perfect, Leon said quietly. He immediately checked the items he had obtained. Eternal Coins X30, Skill Stone X2, Poison Fang Dagger X3, Common plus 10 attack. Applies Poison. Poison Snake Essence X6. Consuming will increase agility by 3. Leon frowned slightly. As expected, there was no antidote. Even with his 100% drop rate talent, nothing appeared. That meant none of these snakes carried it. Without hesitation, Leon consumed all 6 essences. A familiar warmth spread through his body as his agility increased by 18 points. Then his attention shifted to the skill stones. He summoned them into his hands and crushed them without hesitation, focusing on his existing abilities. Ding! Congratulations! Fireball, level 1, has been upgraded to Fireball, level 2. Ding! Congratulations! Vision Enhancement, level 1, has been upgraded to Vision Enhancement, level 2. Vision Enhancement, level 2 consumes Spirit to enhance dynamic vision for 45 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Fireball, level 2 condense your spirit into a larger fireball with increased power. Leon exhaled slowly. Both skills had improved, which meant his overall combat ability had risen again. Perfect, he thought. Next, he looked at the 3 poison Fang daggers. They were decent weapons, especially with the poison effect, but they were still weaker than his fully enhanced goblin machete. Maybe I can improve them. Leon selected 2 of the daggers and initiated enhancement. Fwish! You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement failed. Crack! The daggers shattered in his hands, dissolving into fragments of light. Leon sighed. Guess I'll need more. Then ding! Quest warning. Only 1 hour remains. Shit! Leon muttered. Gotta move fast. Time was becoming the biggest problem. Finding the antidote wasn't enough. He still had to return to Amelia before the timer ran out. If he went too far or wasted time, the quest would fail no matter what. Leon immediately rushed forward, pushing deeper into the cave. Soon, he encountered another group of monsters. But this time, one of them stood out. It was larger than the others, its scales darker, its presence far more oppressive. Poison Snake, mutated, level 5, combat power, 500, details. A mutated poison snake. Its venom causes instant death upon biting. Leon stared at it, his expression tightening. Ah shit, he sighed quietly. That thing's combat power is higher than mine. And yet, he didn't turn back. Fireball. Leon summoned another fireball, but this time it was clearly different from the ones before. The condensed flames burned brighter, denser, and carried far more heat as his improved skill poured extra power into it. Boom! The fireball slammed directly into the mutated poison snake, erupting in a violent explosion of flame. The monster screeched as its scales cracked and burned, its body thrown back several meters. One of the regular poison snakes beside it wasn't nearly as lucky. It was caught in the blast and reduced to a charred corpse almost instantly. Amazing, Leon thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. This was the true difference that leveled skills made. The increase wasn't subtle. A single level turned something usable into something genuinely deadly. Hiss! The mutated poison snake let out a sharp, furious hiss, its yellow eyes locking onto Leon as it ordered the remaining snakes to attack. The creatures lunged forward in unison, their bodies low and fast as they attempted to overwhelm him with numbers. But after only a few seconds, it became clear that they stood no chance. Slash! Leon stepped forward and cut one down cleanly, his movements sharp and controlled. Another snake tried to coil around his leg, but he twisted his body and drove his blade down, splitting its head open. One by one, the poison snakes fell, their speed no longer enough to threaten him. Soon, only the mutated monster remained. Monster's combat power wasn't just a flat number. It was calculated based on attributes, skills, and sometimes even equipment-like traits. In the case of this mutated poison snake, the reason its combat power was so high was simple. Its speed was absurd. Before Leon could fully reposition himself, the snake suddenly vanished from where it stood, its body blurring as it shot forward. In the next instant, its jaws were already clamped down on Leon's arm. Leon reacted immediately, but not fast enough to stop the bite outright. Purple jade. Whoosh! A violet glow burst to life around Leon's arm as the defensive skill from his purple jade necklace activated. A translucent layer of jade-like energy formed at the exact point of impact, blocking the snake's fangs before they could pierce his flesh. Hiss! The mutated poison snake recoiled slightly, clearly confused by the sudden resistance. That hesitation was all Leon needed. Slash! Leon swung his weapon upward, carving a deep wound across the snake's neck. Before it could even scream, he followed up with a spell. Fireball! The flames detonated at point-blank range, engulfing the snake entirely. Ding! You have killed X4 Poison Snake and gained 80 experience points. You have killed Poison Snake, mutated, and gained 50 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon exhaled slowly and opened his storage space almost immediately. But once again, there was no antidote. He didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, he consumed the essences dropped by the snakes, feeling his body grow lighter and more responsive as his agility increased by another 16 points. Then another system message appeared. Ding! You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement successful. Leon's lips curled into a grin. Nice! Poison Fang Dagger +2 common +30 attack, +10 strength. Applies poison on target. The dagger stats now rivaled his Goblin Machete +3, and on top of that, it carried a poison effect. Against living enemies, that alone made it extremely dangerous. Leon didn't hesitate. Whish! He equipped the Poison Fang Dagger +2, feeling its balance settle perfectly into his hand. Immediately after, he opened the trading house. He listed his Goblin Machete +3 for sale, this time pricing it at 50 eternal coins. And almost instantly, ding! Your Goblin Machete +3 has been sold. Leon raised an eyebrow, amused. I guess people are really watching me now. He didn't care much either way. If anything, it worked in his favor. As long as he kept moving forward and killing monsters, he could continuously supply powerful equipment to other players and profit from it. To everyone else, the items he sold were absurdly strong. To Leon, they were just extras. Among the other drops, one item stood out. Poison Potion, uncommon drink to be poisoned. No thank you. Leon shook his head and tossed it back into storage. He had no intention of using it now, though he made a mental note that it might be useful later. I'll only really be able to move forward after level 10, Leon thought as he pushed deeper into the cave. Only then does the real, eternal ascension begin. Everything before that was little more than a brutal tutorial. After reaching level 10, players would be transported to the Novice Divine Temple for their first assessment. That was when things truly started to separate the strong from the weak. But Leon wasn't there yet, so he focused on what was in front of him. He continued slaughtering poison snakes, cutting through poison archers, and clearing chamber after chamber. Time passed quickly as his movements grew smoother and more efficient. By the time he reached the deepest part of the cave, his agility had increased even further, and he had collected enough poison fang daggers to enhance his own weapon again. Fwish! Poison fang dagger +3, common +50 attack, +25 strength. Applies poison on target. Leon examined the blade for a moment, satisfied. Then he stepped forward, and finally he saw it. At the very end of the cave stood the boss. Poisonous Mushroom Leader, Boss, Level 5, Combat Power 650. Details. A mutated mushroom that releases toxic spores into the air. Damn, Leon muttered. The creature was massive, its body resembling a grotesque mushroom with thick roots anchoring it to the ground. A gaping mouth split its stem, lined with jagged growths, while yellow, unblinking eyes stared directly at Leon. Around it were several poison snakes, one of them mutated, as well as multiple poison archers, perched along the cave walls. The moment Leon stepped into the chamber, the battle began. Fireball. Leon launched his spell without hesitation. The fireball struck the boss directly, flames spreading rapidly across its fungal body. I mean, it's a mushroom, Leon thought with a faint grin. Of course it's weak to fire. Vision enhancement. He activated his skill immediately as the poison snakes lunged and the poison archers fired their arrows. The world slowed, every attack becoming easy to read. Leon moved through the chaos, dodging arrows, cutting down snakes, and repositioning with ease. But the boss wasn't idle. Poisonous spores. The poisonous mushroom leader shook violently, releasing a thick green haze that spread throughout the cave. Can't breathe that, Leon thought sharply. He closed his mouth and held his breath, but even then, ding! You have been afflicted with poison. Figures, Leon muttered. Even standing near the thing was enough. He knew he had to finish the fight fast. Within 20 seconds, most of the monsters were dead. Only the mutated poison snake and a few archers remained. Fireball. Leon incinerated the archers in one blast, then rushed forward and cut down the mutated snake. And just like that, only the boss remained. Fueled by his now monstrous agility, over 100, he dashed forward in a blur and stopped right in front of the poisonous mushroom leader. Give me that antidote, Leon said calmly. Slash. He drove his dagger deep into the boss's body. The poison effect didn't activate as expected, but the damage was severe. Leon leapt back and raised his arm. Fireball. Boom! The explosion tore through the boss, flames consuming it entirely. Its body blackened and collapsed, its life force fading rapidly. Ding! You have killed Poisonous Mushroom Leader and gained 400 experience points. You have killed Poison Snake, mutated, and gained 50 experience points. You have killed 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Perfect. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 4. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Leon let out a slow breath. Only then did he fully realize just how much he had done while still technically being a low-level player. Without wasting time, he opened his storage space, eyes sharp as he searched for the one thing that mattered most. Leon placed the 5 free points he had just gained into Spirit without hesitation, then opened his storage space to review everything he had obtained from the battle. The first items were exactly what he expected. Poison Snake Essence X5, Poison Archer Essence X4, Poison Fang Dagger X2, Mutated Poison Snake Essence X1. These were all drops from the regular monsters he had hunted throughout the cave. There was nothing surprising about them. He had killed dozens of snakes and archers on his way down, so these rewards made sense. What really mattered came next. The remaining items were clearly from the boss. Poison Antidote X3. Drink to heal any kind of poison. Poisonous Mushroom Leader Essence. Consuming will increase Constitution by 7 and Strength by 4. Poison Mushroom Armor Uncommon plus 30 Constitution, plus 15 Strength, plus 10 Agility. Protect from poison. Leon stared at the 3 poison antidote for a second, then let out a long breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Relief washed over him. So it really dropped, he muttered. He didn't waste even a second. The poison spores were still lingering in the cave, and even though his body was holding up for now, he had no intention of pushing his luck. Leon immediately pulled one of the antidotes from storage and drank it. Ding! You have been cured from poison. The uncomfortable sensation in his chest vanished almost instantly. His breathing became steady again, and the faint dizziness he hadn't noticed until now completely disappeared. Much better. Leon straightened up, but he didn't linger at the bottom of the cave. Ding! Quest warning. 30 minutes remain. His expression turned serious. Gotta go back to Amelia, Leon muttered before turning around and sprinting toward the exit. He estimated it would take him around 15 minutes to climb back up if he maintained a good pace. That left very little room for error. If he delayed for even a few minutes, Amelia might not survive. As he moved upward through the winding tunnels of the poison cave, Leon used the time efficiently. One by one, he consumed all the essences he had collected. The familiar warm sensation spread through his body as his attributes increased. Agility rose sharply as the snake essences took effect. His muscles felt lighter, more responsive. His balance improved, and every step felt more precise than the last. Then came the essence from the poisonous mushroom leader. A heavier warmth settled into his body this time. His frame felt sturdier, his breathing deeper. His strength followed shortly after, his grip tightening instinctively around his weapon. By the time he finished, the changes were complete. Leon then fused the two poison fang dagger together. Ding! You have consumed two identical equipment. Enhancement successful. The weapon in his hand became denser, its blade sharper and darker than before. Poison fang dagger +2 finally. Leon equipped the poisonous mushroom armor. The armor settled comfortably over his body, surprisingly light despite its durability. The faint green patterns across its surface pulsed once before going still, signaling its poison resistance effect. Phew, Leon said quietly. That should be enough. Before continuing, he quickly checked his combat power to make sure everything had updated correctly. Combat power, 478, +350. Leon froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the number. What? He checked it again to make sure he hadn't misread it. 478 base, +350. That put him well over 800 total combat power. Holy hell! He had gone from struggling against mutated monsters to standing at a level that most players wouldn't reach for some time. To be absolutely certain, Leon opened his status panel and checked his attributes directly. Constitution, 35, +60. Strength, 47, +40. Agility, 127, +20. Spirit, 30, +30. Everything matched. His agility in particular stood out. It was absurdly high compared to his other stats, far beyond what a level 4 player should normally possess. That speed made the rest of the climb trivial. Leon moved through the cave like a blur, his steps light and controlled, barely slowing down even on steep slopes. Where he had been cautious on the way down, now he simply flowed through the tunnels. Less than 10 minutes later, he arrived at the cave entrance. Cough! The sound made his head snap to the side. Amelia! Leon rushed forward and dropped to one knee beside her. Her condition was worse than he expected. Her eyes were bloodshot, unfocused, and blood slowly seeped from the corners of her eyes, mouth and ears. Her breathing was shallow, and her body trembled faintly. It was clear she barely registered his presence. Damn! Leon muttered under his breath. If he had been even a few minutes later, Leon didn't want to imagine what would have happened. He crouched closer, quickly pulling out one of the remaining poison antidote and bringing it to her lips. Drink this, he said firmly, supporting her head. Amelia weakly followed his instruction. The moment the potion took effect, the change was visible. Ding! Target has been cured from poison. Her breathing steadied. The bleeding slowed, then stopped entirely. The dried blood remained, but fresh wounds no longer appeared. Color slowly returned to her face, and her eyes regained focus. Leon let out a quiet breath of relief. So this was what prolonged poisoning did to someone. If he hadn't cured himself earlier, he might have ended up in the same state without even realizing it. As Amelia slowly recovered, Leon's thoughts drifted. An elf, in a novice village meant for humans. Eternal ascension wasn't limited to Earth or the human race. Thousands of worlds and races were dragged into the system, some earlier, some later. However, they were separated at the beginning, which meant Amelia didn't end up here by accident. Someone had used a special method, a rare item, or a forced transfer. And that meant one thing. Someone really wanted her dead. Leon didn't know the reason, but he could guess it wasn't something simple. Haha. Amelia finally let out a weak laugh as she looked up at him. You actually did it. I didn't expect that. She slowly pushed herself up, grabbing her scepter for support before standing fully upright. Her legs shook slightly, but she remained standing. I guess I should give you those rewards, she said quietly, opening her storage space. Here. Ding. You have received 500 eternal coins from Amelia Verdant. At the same time, an elite treasure chest materialized in front of Leon, resting quietly on the ground. Leon glanced at the coin's notification, then focused on the chest. Before opening it, he looked back at Amelia. How did you end up here? He asked. You shouldn't be in this village. Amelia's expression darkened. They tried to kill me, she said calmly, though her clenched hand betrayed her anger. But thanks to you, I think I'll be able to avenge myself. Leon studied her silently. She was strong. Stronger than most players he had seen at this stage. But revenge now would be reckless. Maybe you should grow stronger first, Leon said after a moment. Don't risk your life twice for no reason. Amelia went quiet. She stared at the ground, then slowly nodded. Maybe you're right, she admitted. I still want revenge. I'll prepare properly. As she spoke, her body began to glow faintly. Ding! Blue particles started forming around her legs, slowly traveling upward. I guess I'm returning to my own novice village, Amelia said with a gentle smile. I hope we meet again, human. Sure, Leon replied with a shrug. See you. Fwish. Her body fully dissolved into blue particles and vanished. Leon stared at the empty spot for a few seconds. Would they meet again? Maybe. But for now, that wasn't important. He turned back to the elite treasure chest in front of him. Just as he reached for it, ding! Since you were the first to complete a secret quest, you have been rewarded with 10 reputation points. Oh, right? Leon muttered, nodding in satisfaction. That was a valuable reward. Reputation opened many doors later on. Without wasting another second, he focused on the chest. Elite treasure chest. May contain skill stones, enhancement stones, a special pill, items, or a skill. Elite chests were on a completely different level compared to common or rare ones. The rewards could be absurd, but the odds were usually terrible. Some items had drop rates as low as 0.001% in the strongest chests. Normally, players would be nervous. Leon wasn't. He reached out and opened the chest without hesitation. Ding! 100% drop rate has triggered. All items inside of the treasure chest have been placed into storage space. 10 new items appeared inside his storage space at once. Leon's grin widened. Let's see what I got. Leon opened the chest and stared at the items that appeared inside his storage space. Eternal Coins X 400. Beginner All Attributes Pill. Increases all attributes by 15. Skill Stone X3. Enhancement Stone X3. Night Vision Goggles. Uncommon, allows to see in the dark. Requirement: 50 agility. Poison Arrows. Skill book allows its user to launch arrows that deal poison when hitting a target. Damn, that was the only word that came to his mind. The rewards were far better than he had expected, even for an elite treasure chest. The coins alone were already generous, but the rest pushed it into absurd territory. The Beginner All Attributes Pill especially stood out. Items that boosted all attributes at once were rare even later into the game, let alone at this stage. The goggles were also useful. Darkness was common in many zones, and vision-related equipment was always in demand. As for the skill book, Leon glanced at it for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not switching to a bow. He had no intention of becoming an archer. His build was already set, and splitting focus now would only weaken him. Still, the skill book wasn't useless. Eliono is the strongest archer in the novice village, maybe even among all humans, Leon thought. Selling it to her would be better. Someone like her could make full use of it, and in return he could gain favors or resources later. For now, he stored it away. Next, Leon took out the beginner all attributes pill. The pill was smooth and faintly warm in his hand, with a subtle glow pulsing beneath its surface. Without hesitating, he swallowed it whole. Nom! Ding! You have consumed the beginner all attributes pill, and all your attributes have increased by 15. The effect was immediate. A powerful surge spread through his body, far stronger than any essence he had consumed so far. It wasn't focused on one area, everything improved at once. His muscles felt denser, his movements sharper, his breathing steadier, and his mind clearer. At the same time, his combat power jumped sharply. Just like that, it increased by another 120. Leon exhaled slowly, steadying himself. That pill alone is worth more than the entire cave, he muttered. For most players, this would have been a once-in-a-lifetime reward. For him, it was guaranteed. After that, Leon moved on to the stones. He pulled out 2 enhancement stone and focused on his armor. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your poison mushroom armor. The armor glowed faintly, the patterns on its surface becoming sharper and more pronounced. Leon frowned slightly. It still took 2. The armor was only level 1 before, but its rank made enhancement harder. Higher rank equipment always required more stones. That was the trade-off for stronger base stats. If he wanted to avoid that, he'd need to find an identical piece and gamble on fusion instead. That was easier said than done. The enhancement finished a moment later. Poison mushroom armor +2 uncommon +60 constitution, +40 strength, +25 agility. Protects from poison. Leon nodded. That's solid. The stat increase was massive. With armor like this, even prolonged poison exposure wouldn't be much of a threat anymore. He checked his remaining stones. 1 enhancement stone left. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for anything else. His purple jade necklace was rare rank, and it needed 3 stones just for the first enhancement. There was no point wasting it. That left the skill stones. Leon didn't hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Fireball, level 2, to Strong Fireball, level 3. Nice. He had used 2 stones, and the skill didn't just grow stronger, it evolved. Strong Fireball, level 3, focus your spirit and condense it into a strong fireball that hits a target. Leon read the description carefully. As skills grew stronger, their requirements often increased as well. Some players found themselves unable to use upgraded skills because their attributes lagged behind. Leon checked his spirit. Still more than enough. No problem, he said quietly. With everything sorted, Leon didn't linger near the cave any longer. He turned and headed back into the wild forest. Once he was clear of the cave entrance, he opened his status panel. Name: Leon Rykard. Talent: 100% drop rate, SSS. Level: 4, 370/1, 000. Constitution: 50, +90. Strength: 62, +65. Agility: 142, +35. Spirit: 45, +30. Skills: Appraisal, LV.3. Vision Enhancement, LV.2. Strong Fireball, LV.3. Combat Power, 598, +490. Eternal Coins, 1358. Reputation Points, 20. Leon looked over the numbers slowly. His total combat power was now well over 1,000. At this point, he could comfortably fight level 6 or even level 7 monsters. That was ridiculous for someone who had only been in Eternal Ascension for a few hours. Most players were still struggling against level 2 enemies. Leon then glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. Players 9, 247/10, 000. His eyes narrowed. In just 2 hours, 753 players had already died. And it wouldn't slow down. If anything, it would get worse as time passed. Leon knew this reality well. This was why so many races, including humans, eventually chose to submit to gods, demons, or higher beings. Survival alone pushed people to desperate choices. Many would think if only there was another way. Leon knew the answer: absolute strength. If he became strong enough, he wouldn't need to bow to anyone. He wouldn't need protection. He would tear through whatever stood in his way. With that thought in mind, Leon prepared to move deeper into the forest to continue hunting monsters. He needed more essences, more levels. But then, tick, 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 a strange sound echoed through the air. Leon froze. The 2-hour mark since their arrival in Eternal Ascension had just passed. "Oh God!" Leon muttered, his expression turning grim. The first event. And at that moment, ding! It has been 2 hours, meaning that it is time for your first event. What? Come on! All 10,000 novice villages will now face against each other in a forced event. Each novice village will have another as their opponent, with only one being able to claim victory. Event. Challenge tokens. Be the first novice village to gather 50 challenge tokens to win. The winning side of the event will be spared, while the losing side will have their experience and resources halved for 12 hours. The person that contributes the most challenge tokens in this event will be granted 25 free attribute points and an epic treasure chest. Ha! Holy shit, what? I guess it really is a game. There are events too. But wait, that means we'll have to fight another novice village? There's not even a real reward for winning. Voices erupted around the place as players reacted in shock. Leon stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the panels. This event. He remembered it very well. This was one of the first moments where Eternal Ascension showed its true nature. They were being forced to compete against other humans. Not monsters, but other players just like them. And there was no real reward for winning. Victory only meant avoiding punishment. Losing meant having half of their experience and resources cut for 12 hours. A devastating setback early on. Leon eagerly kept looking at the panels, waiting to see who their opponents were. Because if they were the same as is in his past life, he'd do anything to annihilate them. And, ding! Novice Village number 1 will battle against Novice Village number 5. Leon stared at the text. Then, slowly, a wide grin spread across his face. Yeah, he said quietly. I'm not letting them even breathe. Novice Village number 5. He remembered them clearly. That village was filled with sadistic players. People who joined the gods, betrayed others, or caused chaos just to survive. Not everyone there was evil, but most of the decent ones didn't last long. In his past life, Novice Village number 1 was completely crushed during this event. Even with strong players and powerful talents, they were overwhelmed. Back then, no one knew what kinds of talents existed in other villages. Some players were monsters in human skin. But this time was different. Leon wouldn't accept that outcome again. Ding! Challenge tokens can be obtained by killing monsters. May the strongest novice village win. That meant every village was fighting at the same time. There was no hesitation in Leon's movements. Whoosh! Fueled by his overwhelming agility, Leon shot forward, rushing deeper into the wild forest. Monsters were waiting, and this time every kill mattered. A /N Power Stones greatly helped the book. Please donate some if you can. Leon pushed deeper into the level 6 area of the wild forest. His movements fast and precise. The air here felt heavier, the trees thicker, their shadows stretching unnaturally across the ground. It didn't take long before he sensed something was wrong. Then he saw it. Dark tree, level 6. Combat power, 500. Details. A monster tree that tries to act as a normal one to ambush victims. To an untrained eye, it looked like any other tree, dark bark, twisted branches, roots half buried in the soil. But Leon knew better. The moment his gaze lingered on it, he acted. Strong fireball. A blazing sphere of condensed flames shot forward. Boom! The fireball slammed directly into the trunk, igniting it instantly. The tree didn't even have time to react before it cracked apart, blackened wood collapsing inward as the monster let out a shrill screech and died on the spot. One shot, Leon muttered. Against physical attacks, dark trees were annoying. Their bark was tough, and their vines could restrain careless players. But they had one glaring weakness: fire. For warriors, elemental weaknesses didn't always matter. A sword was a sword. But for mages, elements were everything. And Leon was both. As a magical swordsman, he needed to understand every advantage his skills could offer. Fire against wood was as simple as it got. The moment the first dark tree fell, two more revealed themselves nearby. Their trunks split open, massive dark eyes opening where bark had once been. Slash! Leon spun on his heel and rushed forward, his dagger flashing. He slashed straight into the exposed eye of the nearest tree, dark sap spraying outward as it recoiled. Thud! Thud! Roots burst from the ground, thick vines snapping toward Leon's legs and torso, trying to restrain him. But it was pointless. Leon's agility was far too high. He stepped lightly between the vines, movements sharp and clean, then struck again. Slash! Slash! His blade carved through bark and flesh alike. In seconds, both trees collapsed, their bodies splitting apart as their life force faded. Ding! You have killed X3, Dark Tree, and gained 150 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon barely spared the corpses a glance before checking his storage space. And immediately, his lips curled upward. Challenge token X2 can be used to increase the novice village's score by 1. Haha! Leon laughed softly. This was where his talent became truly unfair. Challenge tokens didn't drop often. Even when monsters could drop them, the chance was painfully low. Most players would kill dozens of monsters and see nothing. But Leon, if a monster could drop it, he would get it. Every time. That alone tilted the entire event in their favor. He brought up the event progress bar, translucent panels appearing in front of his vision. Novice Village number 1, 1 challenge token. Novice Village number 5, 3 challenge tokens. They're fast, Leon noted. It had only been a few minutes since the event started, and Novice Village number 5 was already ahead. There was also a leaderboard showing individual contributions. Challenge token leaderboard 1. David Windbreak, 1. Leon nodded slowly. I guess they're working too. Can't let them down. He understood the stakes better than anyone. If their village lost, the punishment would cripple them. Half experience and resources for 12 hours this early was devastating. And so, fwish! Leon added his 2 challenge tokens to the village score. Novice Village number 1, 3 challenge tokens. Novice Village number 5, 3 challenge tokens. Just like that, the gap closed. Beside the tokens, the dark trees had also dropped 3 dark tree essence, which increased strength by 3 each, and a dark branch, uncommon. Leon consumed the essences immediately, feeling his muscles tighten slightly as his strength rose. Then he moved on. Slash! Leon didn't spare a single monster he encountered. Every dark tree that even hinted at movement was cut down or burned to ash. He cleared the area efficiently, never slowing, never hesitating. Eventually, the forest shifted again. The trees grew thinner, the ground rougher. The howls reached his ears before the monsters appeared. Howler Wolf, level 7, combat power 650. Details. Wolves that roam in the darkness of the forest, waiting for prey. Leon narrowed his eyes. Now it was a mix. Howler wolves roamed in packs, fast and aggressive, while dark trees still lurked, waiting to ambush careless players. For most people, this area was a nightmare. Vision enhancement. The world sharpened instantly. Every movement, every shift of shadow, every twitch of muscle stood out clearly. A wolf lunged from the side. Slash! Leon cut its throat mid-leap, blood spraying as the body hit the ground lifeless. At the same time, he twisted his torso and fired a spell. Strong fireball. Boom! A dark tree, trying to ambush him, was engulfed in flames before its vines could even reach him. Howl! More wolves emerged, their glowing eyes locking onto Leon as they surrounded him. But they were too slow. Leon moved like a blur, weaving between them, blade flashing again and again. Slash! Slash! Heads rolled across the forest floor. Bodies dropped one after another. The remaining dark trees panicked as they realized their camouflage wasn't working. Vines lashed out wildly. Leon dodged, leapt, and retaliated. Strong fireball. Boom! The explosion shook the ground, splintering wood and scattering ash. Within minutes, the forest fell silent. Ding! You have killed X8 Dark Tree and gained 350 experience points. You have killed X6 Howler Wolf and gained 420 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 5. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Leon exhaled slowly. Phew! His combat power now far surpassed anything in this area. That was why he could fight so freely, chain kills together, and level up without slowing down. He quickly checked the loot. Eternal Coins X170. Dark Tree Essence X8. Consuming will increase strength by 3. Howler Wolf Essence X6. Consuming will increase agility by 4. Dark Tree Branch X4. Uncommon, can be used to forge a weapon. Howled Wolf Claw X3. Rare, can be used to create a powerful dagger. Challenge Tokens X7. Nice. Leon immediately consumed all the essences. His strength surged by 24 and his agility surged by another 24. Just like that, his combat power climbed past 1,200. But Leon didn't add the 7 challenge tokens right away. I should head back, he muttered. Winning fast matters more. Since any monster could potentially drop tokens, there was no reason to linger here. He could always return later to grind. And so Leon retraced his steps, killing monsters along the way while keeping an eye on the event. Novice Village number 1. 6 challenge tokens. Novice Village number 5. 8 challenge tokens. If he added his tokens now, their village would jump far ahead. But Leon shook his head, a grin forming. Nah, just like they did to us before. I'll let them think they can win. 5 minutes passed. Leon continued hunting, moving efficiently, collecting more drops. By the time he slowed, he had gained 5 more challenge tokens. And then, got 1 more. Nice! Leon recognized the voices instantly. He rushed forward and saw David, Aaron, Eleanor, and their other teammates standing over a fallen monster. David wiped sweat from his brow, grinning. Perfect timing, Leon thought as he stepped out from the trees. Leon already knew how this would turn out. In the entire novice village, the number of people who could actually contribute to the event was painfully small. Most players simply couldn't do it. Some were too scared. The idea of risking their lives for something as uncertain as challenge tokens was enough to make them stay inside the village. Others did try, but reality hit them fast. They weren't strong enough to handle the monsters outside for long. A few bad encounters, some close calls, and they retreated, shaken and empty-handed. No matter the reason, the result was the same. Only a handful of groups were actively trying to win the event. David's team was one of those groups. Leon remembered them clearly from his past life. Among everyone in the village, they had been the ones who gathered the most challenge tokens. They weren't the strongest, nor the luckiest, but they kept pushing forward while others hesitated. That alone set them apart. Slash! The sound rang out sharply as David brought down his weapon. The goblin machete +3 flashed through the air and split a level 4 monster cleanly. The creature barely had time to react before its body collapsed to the ground. Leon watched from a distance as he approached the group. That machete was something Leon himself had sold to David earlier. Seeing it now, stained with monster blood and being put to proper use, only confirmed Leon's judgment. David wasn't wasting it. While walking toward them, Leon briefly opened the level leaderboard. There was no real need to check it, he already knew what it would show, but habit made him glance anyway. Level leaderboard 1. Leon Rykard. Level 5 2. Eleanor Starlight. Level 3 3. David Windbreak. Level 3 4. Aaron Godfield. Level 3 5. Alice Evicton. Level 3. The list went on, but nothing changed. Everyone else in the top 25 was still level 3. Not a single one had reached level 4 yet. Leon closed the leaderboard. The gap was obvious. He was far ahead. To the others, reaching level 4 felt like a wall. To Leon, it had already become a distant memory. His experience, his stats, his combat sense, everything placed him in a completely different category. "I hope you're helping with the event," Eleanor said as she noticed Leon approaching. She wore a grin, but there was clear frustration beneath it. "I feel like these other guys are way luckier than us." David wiped his blade and let out a long sigh. "We only get one challenge token every dozen monsters," he complained. "At this rate, it's going to take forever." "Well, worst case," Aaron said with a shrug, resting his weapon on his shoulder. "We just stay inside the village for the 12 hours. No point risking too much. We don't even know what the other villages can do." "Absolutely not," Eleanor replied immediately, shaking her head. Her tone was firm. "We need to grow stronger." "I'm just saying," Aaron continued calmly. "We have an entire month to reach level 10. At the rate we're going, it'll take a few days at most." Leon understood where Aaron was coming from. From a normal player's perspective, that logic made sense. Why rush? Why push so hard when the system gave them time? But Leon knew better. That mindset killed people. If you moved too slowly, you fell behind. And once you fell behind, catching up became nearly impossible. Monsters would grow stronger. Players would grow stronger. And those who hesitated would be crushed between the two. That was why leaving the novice village as soon as possible was always the best choice. Leon looked at the group in front of him. They had potential. Not enough to survive on their own forever, but enough to matter. He opened his storage space and pulled out 2 items without hesitation. "Here." He tossed a dagger toward Aaron and a glowing book toward Eleanor. The Poison Fang dagger +2 landed neatly in Aaron's hands. The Poison Arrows skill book was caught by Eleanor almost instinctively. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then, "How the fuck did you get that?" Aaron blurted out, staring at the dagger like it might disappear. "Seriously?" Alice, the support of their team, said quietly, eyes wide. "We killed so many monsters and barely got anything, and you have all this." Eleanor didn't look away from the skill book in her hands. Her grip tightened slightly. "What do you want in return?" she asked, finally lifting her gaze to Leon. "We didn't even get a single skill book." Leon smiled. It was the same expression he remembered. Sharp, observant, straight to the point. Even back when she later became a guild leader, Eleanor always thought this way. "Nothing much," Leon said simply. "When I ask for a favor someday, just help me out." Eleanor stared down at the skill book again. She tried to keep her expression cold and composed, but it didn't fully work. Her eyes sparkled despite her effort to hide it. All right," she said after a brief cough. "But I don't have any experience with anything else." David blinked. Question mark. Alice tilted her head. Question mark. Aaron looked between them. Confused? Even Leon paused for a second. All of them looked at each other in confusion. What could Eleanor even be talking about? But before anyone could ask, Eleanor poured her mana into the skill book. The light flared, and the book dissolved into particles as the skill engraved itself into her system. Her presence shifted immediately. It wasn't dramatic, but it was clear. She was stronger now. Aaron swung the dagger experimentally, feeling its balance and weight. A wide grin spread across his face. "Damn," he said. "This feels amazing." Luckily, neither item had strict requirements. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to use them at all. "Well," Aaron said, motivation burning in his eyes now, "this definitely gets me moving. Let's crush Novice Village number 5's ass." "Well said," David nodded. "We should push into the level 4 area. I'm close to leveling up." "So am I," Eleanor added. "Even if it's just us, we have to try." "See you," Leon said neutrally. He watched them leave, their pace quicker than before, their resolve clearly strengthened. He had done what he wanted with them, and so, Leon continued forward. After all, his goal was clear. He wanted as many challenge tokens as possible. Not just to humiliate Novice Village number 5, but also to secure the reward for being the biggest contributor. As he moved deeper into the area, monsters began appearing one after another. Small goblins, demonized rats, plant foxes. They barely had time to register his presence. The moment their eyes locked onto Leon, he was already in front of them. Slash! His blade cut through flesh and bone without resistance. The monsters were split apart as if they were made of paper. His combat power was overwhelming. None of these creatures stood a chance. Leon didn't slow down. He moved like a machine, efficiently clearing everything in his path. 30 minutes passed, and at some point, Leon realized there were no more level 3 monsters left nearby. He had killed them all. Without hesitation, he turned back toward the level 4 area. While Leon was doing this, the players from both villages continued their own struggles. And eventually the numbers updated. Novice Village number 1, 13 challenge tokens. Novice Village number 5, 21 challenge tokens. They were losing again. The other village either had players who were more efficient, or simply luckier. But it didn't matter. Leon checked his own count. Challenge tokens x34 in only a few more minutes. He would completely fill the event bar. Victory was inevitable. As he continued slaughtering monsters, his talent activated several times. Essences flowed into him. Plus 25 strength, plus 12 constitution, plus 15 agility and plus 28 spirit. His body grew stronger with every kill. He was also close to leveling up again. Level 6 required 1,500 experience points, and he was nearly there. On top of that, mutated monsters dropped rewards, 2 skill stones, and 1 enhancement stone. Leon exhaled slowly and smiled. Everything's going way better than before. But for the other village, that wouldn't be the case for much longer. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 5, a monster fell apart in 2 clean pieces. "Here we go." Damon laughed loudly, wiping blood from his machete. "Another challenge token. Nice one. I got one too," Maki said as she walked over, her own machete still dripping. The metal glinted faintly as she smiled. "That makes 2 for this fight." "Perfect," Damon nodded with satisfaction. "Those idiots from Novice Village number 1 are still taking their sweet time. They can't catch up anyway," Maki laughed. "They'll just lose and get their experience and resources cut in half for 12 hours. The weak deserve to die," Damon said coldly. His smile twisted into something cruel. "That's how this world works now." Before they were chosen by Eternal Ascension, Damon and Maki had lived very different lives from most people. They were gang members. Violence, theft, intimidation, those things were normal to them. They fought almost daily, took what they wanted, and never cared about consequences. Deep down, they both knew it couldn't last forever. If they kept going like that, prison or death was only a matter of time. But then everything changed. That thing descended on their world. Eternal Ascension. In an instant, their old world was gone. They were dragged into this new place filled with monsters, systems, levels, and skills. A world where strength wasn't just useful, it was everything. When Damon realized that, he felt something awaken inside him. A world where the strong ruled. A world where violence wasn't punished, but rewarded. From that moment on, Damon swore to himself that he would become stronger than anyone else. He would crush anyone beneath him. No mercy, no hesitation. And so far it was working. He was level 4, the highest level in Novice Village number 5. Damon glanced at the event panel floating before his eyes. Novice Village number 1, 14 challenge tokens. Novice Village number 5, 25 challenge tokens. Ha! Damon laughed and turned to his group. We're already halfway there, and they can barely scrape together anything. Of course, boss. They can't compare to us. We kill way more monsters than they do. The entire group was in high spirits. They moved with confidence, even arrogance. To them, this event was already over. Victory felt guaranteed. Just as they prepared to charge another group of monsters. Ding! A sharp sound echoed through the air. Panel appeared in front of every player's vision. Novice Village number 1 was the first to gather 50 challenge tokens. Novice Village number 5 has failed the challenge. Silence. What? Damon muttered. He stared at the panel, his smile disappearing instantly. A vein popped on his forehead as disbelief twisted his face. This is a joke, right? Beep. Another panel appeared. Novice Village number 5's players will have all experience points and resources halved for the next 12 hours. Novice Village number 1 is spared. What the hell? How is that possible? We were winning. How did we lose? Shouts erupted all around. Not just in Novice Village number 5, but in both villages. Nobody had expected this outcome. It made no sense. They were ahead. They had more tokens. So how could Novice Village number 1 suddenly get 36 tokens? Someone yelled. Confusion quickly turned into disbelief. Then disbelief turned into anger. Many players immediately opened the event leaderboard, desperate for an explanation. Challenge Token Leaderboard 1. Leon Ricard, 37 challenge tokens. 2. Damon Regicide, 17 challenge tokens. 3. David Windbreak, 7 challenge tokens. 4. Maki Duskar, 6 challenge tokens. 5. Eleanor Starlight, 5 challenge tokens. The rest of the list barely mattered. Most players had 1 or 2 tokens at best, earned through sheer luck. Everyone's eyes locked onto the name at the very top. Leon Ricard. Before this, he had only 2 tokens. Now, 37. In less than an hour. That's impossible. That has to be cheating. How can one person get that many? Whispers spread like wildfire. Fear, jealousy, and resentment mixed together. No one could understand how it was even possible. Maki slowly walked toward Damon. His entire body was shaking. His teeth clenched so hard it looked painful. Damon, she said carefully. Calm down. We can always... Slash. Damon suddenly swung his machete. The blade crashed into a nearby tree. The trunk split cleanly in half and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Silence followed. Damon stood there, breathing heavily. Then he laughed. Ha ha. He straightened up and wiped his blade slowly. I see. His anger faded, replaced by something colder. Leon Ricard. He spoke the name softly, like he was tasting it. A wide grin spread across his face. The players watching felt chills run down their spines. Whoever that Leon guy is, he's dead. Even I feel bad for him. Everyone in Novice Village number 5 knew about Damon's talent. SS rank talent. Enraged 1. The angrier Damon became, the stronger he got. The closer he was to death, the more terrifying his power grew. It had no clear limit. That was how he had cut down a tree like it was nothing. If he was pushed far enough, Damon could even one-shot a level 5 boss. And now, Leon's name was burned deep into his mind. One day Damon would find him, and he would make him pay. Back in Novice Village number 1. Oh, we actually won. I didn't even do anything. That was way too close. I guess we should thank Leon. Relief spread throughout the village. Players slumped to the ground, exhaling deeply. Many of them hadn't even tried to help with the event. They had fully expected to lose. Well, I guess we really could count on Leon, David said with a grin. Good work, everyone. Phew. Yeah, Eleanor said quietly, rubbing her chin. A small smile appeared on her lips. Leon really is strong. Far away from the village, Leon stood over the corpse of the monster that had given him his final challenge token. The moment the token entered his inventory, he didn't hesitate. He immediately sent all his tokens to the event score. The event ended instantly. Victory. This time, unlike his past life, Novice Village number 11. Damon must be furious, Leon said with a grin. Good. He absorbed the 3 essences he had just gained. His spirit increased by 6. Then a new panel appeared. Ding. Since you contributed the most challenge tokens, you are granted 25 free attribute points and an epic treasure chest. Clang. A massive chest materialized in front of Leon. At the same time, his free attribute points increased. Free points to allocate. 30. Ha! Leon laughed softly. Put everything into spirit. His strength and agility were already absurdly high. His constitution was boosted by his equipment. Spirit was the only stat still lacking, and he needed it. Strong spells meant survival. Without wasting time, Leon reached out and placed his hand on the chest. An epic treasure chest. Better than an elite or rare one. The current ranking was simple. Common, uncommon, rare, elite, epic, legendary. There were higher ranks beyond legendary, but that was a problem for the future. Epic treasure chest. May contain eternal coins, an epic ranked item, skill stones, enhancement stones, or a skill book / spell scroll. Leon smiled. This was the reward for his hard work. And without hesitation, he opened it. Ding. 100% drop rate has triggered. All items inside the treasure chest have been placed into storage space. Nice. Leon didn't waste a second. He immediately opened his storage and checked what he had gotten. Eternal Coins x 700, Skill Stone x 6, Enhancement Stone x 5, Sage's Chain, Epic plus 100 Spirit, minus 15% cooldown reduction, requirement, level 6 and 150 Spirit. Lightning Strike, Elite focus your spirit and condense it into a lightning strike that can hit a target and sometimes stun them. Requirement, 200 Spirit. Damn. Leon couldn't help but mutter that out loud. This haul was absurd. Even compared to the best chests he had opened in his past life, this one stood out. But that made sense, this was an epic chest after all. Epic ranked items were on an entirely different level compared to elite ones. This Sage's Chain alone was ridiculous. And then there was the spell. Lightning Strike, an elite ranked defensive spell that could stun. For a mage or a magical swordsman like Leon, this was huge. But unfortunately, Leon's expression shifted slightly as he checked his current stats. Level 5, 1, 370/1, 500, Spirit, 114, plus 30. So close. He was missing just a little bit of everything. A few hundred experience points. A bit more spirit. He couldn't equip the Sage's Chain yet. And without the chain, there was no way he could reach 200 spirit to learn Lightning Strike. It was frustrating, but Leon didn't panic. If there was one thing he had learned from his past life, it was patience mixed with decisiveness. He knew exactly what to do. Leon turned around without hesitation and headed straight back toward the deeper areas of the wild forest. The level 6 and 7 zones. Whoosh! He shot forward at full speed. No players appeared along the way. That wasn't surprising, most people were still struggling in level 3 and 4 areas. Going this deep required confidence, power, or recklessness. Leon had a mix of the three. Eventually, the dense forest opened up into a clearing. A small lake shimmered under faint light, surrounded by grass and broken stones. Near the water, several massive shapes rested calmly. Leon narrowed his eyes. Elemental Bear, level 7. Combat power. 700. Details. Bears capable of controlling elemental forces. Each one usually masters a single element during childhood. 4 bears. Each one radiated a different aura. One had sparks of lightning dancing across its fur. Another had small flames flickering along its body. The third had thick roots and patches of earth clinging to its limbs. And the last one stood partially submerged in the lake, water swirling lazily around it. Leon observed them quietly. "Yeah," he muttered. "This should be enough." He stepped forward. Strong fireball. A blazing fireball formed instantly and shot forward. Leon aimed it straight at the bear covered in roots. If that one used earth element abilities, then fire should be its weakness. Boom! The fireball exploded on impact. Flames engulfed the bear for a split second before its massive body collapsed onto the ground. Lifeless. Instant kill. Leon didn't slow down. Unfortunately, fire wasn't ideal against the other 3. He didn't have spells tailored to each element yet. So he switched tactics. Fwish! Leon closed the distance in an instant, his poison fang dagger +3 flashing in his hand. Slash! He slashed across the flame-type bear's side. The blade cut deep, and a sickly green poison immediately spread through the wound. The dagger's passive activated instantly, eating away at the bear's vitality. Roar! The remaining 3 bears reacted at once. The water-type and lightning-type bears roared loudly, elemental energy gathering around them. Zap! Splash! A bolt of lightning and a condensed water projectile shot toward Leon. Leon twisted his body smoothly, dodging both attacks without difficulty. He dashed forward again. The flame-type bear was already slowing down. Poison coursed through its body, weakening it rapidly. Slash! Before it could even retaliate, Leon ended its life with a clean strike. 2 down. The remaining bears hesitated. Fear flickered in their eyes. They had seen 2 of their companions die in seconds. Strong fireball. Leon fired another spell, this time targeting the lightning-type bear. The bear leapt aside, barely avoiding the explosion. But that was exactly what Leon wanted. Slash! In the next instant, Leon was already behind it. The dagger flashed. The lightning-type bear's head separated from its body and fell to the ground. Blood splattered across the grass. Only one remained. Roar! The water-type bear roared furiously. It retreated backward and plunged fully into the lake. Water surged violently as it gathered the surrounding liquid. The surface of the lake began to churn. A massive water ball formed, growing larger and larger until it was the size of a car. Leon frowned. That's dangerous. The water ball shot toward him at terrifying speed. But it's fine. Strong fireball. Leon launched a fireball straight into the incoming attack. The 2 collided. The water ball slowed for a moment, just enough. Leon dashed to the side. Bam! The water ball smashed into the ground where Leon had been standing, creating a violent explosion of water and force. Leon raised his arm to shield his face as debris scattered everywhere. When the water settled, the bear realized something. The human was still alive. This movement slowed as a result. Fwish! Slash! So Leon closed the distance and ended it. The bear's head rolled into the lake. Silence returned to the clearing. Ding! You have killed X4 elemental bears and gained 400 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 6. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. All free points into spirit, Leon said instantly. Then he checked the drops. Elemental Bear Essence X4. Consuming will increase spirit by 4. Elemental Stone X4. A stone that reacts to a specific element. Currently has no known use. Leon raised an eyebrow. He stored the stones without much thought and consumed the essences. His spirit climbed again. Spirit, 140, plus 30. He smiled. Level requirement met. Spirit requirement almost. Next, Leon equipped the Sage's chain. Beep. You already have 2 necklaces equipped. Please remove one. Oh, right. Leon glanced at his equipment. He was currently wearing the Shadow Necklace +2 and the Purple Jade Necklace. After a short pause, he removed the Shadow Necklace +2. The necklace vanished. Thankfully. Spirit. 155, Leon exhaled softly. If his spirit had dropped below the requirement after removing it, that would have been embarrassing. It had happened more times than he liked to remember in his past life. With the Sage's Chain equipped, Leon felt an immediate change. His mana pool expanded. His thoughts felt clearer. Spellcasting felt smoother. Without wasting time, he summoned the spell scroll. Lightning Strike. Whoosh! Leon poured his mana into it and tore the scroll apart. Ding! You have learned the skill, Lightning Strike. Second spell, Leon said with a grin. He clenched his fist. And I still have plenty of skill stones and enhancement stones. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that he had the chain equipped and the spell learned, there was no reason to hold back anymore. Time to get stronger. Skill Stone X10. Enhancement Stone X7. With this many stones, Leon didn't even need to hesitate. This wasn't a small gain anymore. This was a real power spike. Enough to push his skills and equipment far beyond what any normal novice player should be capable of. And Leon had no intention of saving them. He immediately began using the stones. First came the skills. He took 5 skill stones and focused them on his newest spell. Lightning Strike. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Lightning Strike, level 1, to Lightning Strike, level 2. A surge of power flowed through him, and Leon could immediately feel the difference. The lightning he summoned felt denser, sharper, more obedient. Next, he used 3 more stones on his main spell. Strong Fireball. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Strong Fireball, level 3, to Strong Fireball, level 4. The heat in his core intensified. His fire had always been reliable, but now it felt heavier, like it carried real destructive intent instead of just raw flames. Finally, he used the last 2 skill stones on a utility skill that had saved him more times than he could count. Vision Enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Vision Enhancement, level 2, to Vision Enhancement, level 3. Leon opened the description immediately. Vision Enhancement, level 3 consume a certain amount of spirit to enhance one's dynamic vision for 60 seconds. 2 minutes cooldown. Perfect. Full minute. That meant longer fights, clearer tracking, and far more room for error correction. In fast-paced combat, especially against stronger monsters or skilled opponents, that extra time was priceless. Leon closed the panel and shifted his attention to the remaining stones. 7 enhancement stones. He didn't even consider spreading them around. All in on Sage's Chain. An epic rank item was on a completely different level compared to the rest of his equipment. Upgrading it would give returns that no uncommon or rare item could match. Leon crushed the stones one by one, focusing all the enhancement energy into the chain around his neck. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your Sage's Chain. Sage's Chain +2, Epic +200 Spirit, minus 20% cooldown reduction. Leon inhaled sharply. Nice! The increase was massive. His spirit surged again, flooding his body with a calm, controlled power. Even better, the cooldown reduction improved further, letting him use his spells more freely in extended battles. Upgrading it again would take 10 enhancement stones, a ridiculous amount, but even at +2, the chain was already absurdly strong. Leon felt no regret about his choice. He checked his combat power next. Combat power, 1036, plus 740. Damn. He let out a quiet laugh. At level 6, this number was completely unreasonable. Most players at this stage barely scratched a few hundred combat power. And Leon? He was already nearing what some level 10 players had in his past life. I should be able to go even deeper now. Leon looked ahead, toward the heart of the wild forest. Normally, players avoided that area entirely. Once someone reached level 10, they were forced to advance to the next stage of Eternal Ascension. meaning there was very little incentive to risk death by pushing too far early. But Leon wasn't normal. And more importantly, this was his second life. He knew what waited ahead. He knew the races, the factions, the enemies. And he knew what would happen if he let them grow unchecked. Since I'm stronger now, Leon thought as he began moving again, I can kill them before they become a problem. In his past life, many beings from other races allied themselves with gods or higher existences. That single choice allowed them to skyrocket in power, and eventually they turned that power against everything. Leon wouldn't let that happen again. If he wanted to survive and protect the few people he actually cared about, then this was necessary. He pushed forward without slowing down. Soon the forest changed. The air grew heavier. The trees thickened, their trunks darker, their shadows deeper. Leon had entered the level 8 area. And the moment he stepped forward, boom! A spell slammed into him. Leon was pushed back half a step as a barrier flared around his body. The defensive skill of the purple jade necklace activating automatically. He immediately turned toward the source. An elemental bear. Oh! The bear stared at him, clearly shocked that its attack hadn't killed the human instantly. Leon raised an eyebrow. The bear growled and began gathering energy again. Leon smiled. Perfect timing. Lightning strike. He pointed his arm forward. In an instant, lightning condensed around his hand, forming a sharp, crackling bolt before launching forward. Zap! The lightning struck the bear squarely, electricity coursing through its massive body. The bear froze mid-motion. Stunned. Slash! Leon closed the distance in a blink and cleanly decapitated it before the stun even wore off. Yeah! Leon nodded, satisfied. This spell's good. Ding! You have killed Elemental Bear and gained 70 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon noticed the experience gain immediately, lower than before. When he had killed these bears at level 5, he earned more. That was how the system worked. The stronger you became, the less value weaker monsters provided. Eternal Ascension didn't reward stagnation, it forced growth. If you wanted to level efficiently, you had to fight monsters at or above your level. Leon didn't dislike that. It made sense. At level 6, he now needed 2,000 experience points to level up. A massive increase compared to before. He consumed the elemental bear essence and continued forward. On his way deeper into the forest, Leon encountered new monsters. Among them were level 8 dark turtles. Thick shells, slow movement, extremely high defense. His fireballs hit them and did almost nothing. You've got to be kidding me. Leon clicked his tongue. Magic was nearly useless against them. Thankfully, his strength wasn't. He focused his body instead of his spells and stepped in. Slash! His blade scraped against the shell at first, but repeated strikes began to crack it. Slash! Slash! After a few clean hits, the turtle finally collapsed. The others followed soon after. Ding! You have killed X6 dark turtles and gained 720 experience points. They dropped Dark Turtle Essence, increasing Constitution by 4, along with several Dark Shell Shields. Leon collected them all. After obtaining 4 shields, he decided to try fusing them. The first enhancement succeeded. The second failed. Dark Shell Shield +2 uncommon +100 defense, +90 attack resistance. TCH. Leon shrugged. He didn't use shields anyway. Aaron would probably be happy to buy it later. After that, Leon kept moving. The forest grew darker. The pressure increased. And eventually, he stepped into a massive clearing. The ground was torn apart, trees broken and scorched. At the center of it all stood a massive figure. A boss. Leon slowly lifted his gaze, a grin forming on his face. Fire Lizard, boss. Level 9. Talent. Constitution Enhancement. F level. Combat Power. 1,500. Details. A lizard that really likes to burn things. It is its hobby to burn parts of the wild forest. As monsters and beasts grew stronger, their combat power would naturally rise alongside their levels. This increase wasn't linear either. Lower-level creatures gained power slowly, but the higher their level became, the more noticeable the jump. And among all of them, bosses were the most extreme cases. Some bosses possessed combat power far beyond what their level alone suggested, making them infamous obstacles that wiped out careless players. Still, Leon felt no pressure at all. Right now, his own combat power sat at around 1,700. That already put him comfortably above the fire lizard. The creature itself was massive, standing close to 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in thick crimson scales that glowed faintly, as if heat was constantly trapped beneath them. Flames leaked from between the plates of its armor-like hide, scorching the ground wherever it stepped. Around it, several trees were already burning, their trunks blackened and cracked as fire crawled upward. But what truly caught Leon's attention wasn't its size or its destructive behavior. It was the talent. Monsters could possess talents just like players. Every being had a main talent, something fundamental to their existence. For players, this was the talent they awakened with, something irreplaceable. Monsters were the same in that regard. However, in addition to their main talent, both players and monsters could sometimes possess something else entirely. Subtalents. These were secondary abilities that enhanced specific aspects of one's body or skills. Their effects varied wildly. Some were weak and barely noticeable, while others were strong enough to rival or even surpass a main talent under the right circumstances. There were even rumors of SS-level subtalents. Leon had never seen one personally, but he knew they existed. As for SSS-level subtalents, he had never heard of a single confirmed case. Because of that, Leon was quite confident that no talent in Eternal Ascension could surpass his own. Looking at the fire lizard, Leon made a decision almost instantly. There was no point in wasting mana on fire-based attacks. A creature like this was almost certainly immune to flames, or at least highly resistant. Throwing a fireball at it would be nothing more than a flashy waste of time. So instead, lightning strike. Zap! A bolt of lightning exploded from Leon's hand, tearing through the air in a straight line. The moment the fire lizard turned its head toward him, the lightning struck it directly. The impact was immediate. Electricity surged across the creature's scales, its entire body stiffening as the lightning coursed through it. The fire lizard froze in place, muscles locked, unable to react. Leon didn't hesitate. He rushed forward the instant the spell connected. Slash! His blade flashed as he swung toward the lizard's neck. The edge bit into its scales, carving a deep wound, but before Leon could finish the job, bam! The fire lizard slammed one of its massive legs into the ground. A violent shockwave spread outward, and with it came an eruption of fire. Flames burst in a wide circle, consuming the grass and turning the clearing into a sea of burning embers. Leon immediately leaped backward, narrowly escaping the worst of the blast. Heat washed over him, and behind him the grass was reduced to ash in seconds. TCH. The boss wasn't going down that easily. Vision enhancement. Leon activated his ability, and the world around him sharpened. Movements slowed in his perception, every detail becoming clearer and more defined. The fire lizard inhaled sharply, flames gathering around its mouth as it prepared another attack. Whoosh! Leon surged forward instead. With his enhanced vision, the creature's movements were painfully obvious. His tail tensed, muscles coiling in preparation for a swing. The tail came sweeping toward him, trailing fire behind it like a blazing whip. Leon sidestepped calmly. Even though their combat power values were close, the difference between them was obvious. Leon's experience, control, and raw strength completely overwhelmed the boss. Slash! His blade came down on the tail. The reinforced scales shattered under the force of the strike, and the tail was severed cleanly in half. The burning appendage crashed to the ground, flames sputtering as it twitched. Roar! The fire lizard let out a deafening roar filled with pain and rage. His body twisted, trying to retaliate, but Leon was already moving. Slash! In a single, fluid motion, Leon cut upward, slicing through the lizard's neck. He didn't even bother casting another spell. This was pure physical power. The massive head fell from the body, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Flames flared briefly around it before fading away. The body collapsed moments later, lifeless. Ding! You have killed Fire Lizard, level 9 boss, and gained 1000 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 7. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Nice! Leon let out a satisfied breath. Boss monsters always gave more experience than regular ones, and since this boss was higher level than him, the reward was even greater. With this level up, every single one of Leon's attributes had finally surpassed 100. That alone was a massive milestone. Without wasting time, Leon opened his storage space and focused on the real prize. The drops. I wonder, Leon thought, if that talent will drop as well. Bosses that possess talents were rare. Even when they did, those talents were usually low tier like this F-level one. On top of that, the drop rate for talents was abysmally low. Most players were lucky to ever obtain even a single sub-talent in their entire time playing. Yet as Leon looked at the items now resting in his storage space, a grin slowly spread across his face. Eternal Coins X50 Fire Lizard Essence. Consuming will increase spirit by 5 and strength by 4. Flame Tail Sword Rare plus 100 attack plus 50 strength. May apply burn on a target. Requirement: at least one fire-related skill. Sub-talent scroll, Constitution Enhancement, F level. Requirement: 150 Constitution. Damn, this was an incredible haul. Leon immediately added the Eternal Coins to his balance and consumed the essence without hesitation. A warm sensation spread through his body as his spirit and strength increased. Then his attention shifted to the final 2 items. A new weapon and a sub-talent. Just as expected. Because Leon's talent allowed him to obtain everything a monster possessed, it meant that whenever he killed a boss with a talent, there was an extremely high chance he would get it. With that in mind, Leon couldn't help but imagine his future. Multiple sub-talents. Permanent enhancements stacking on top of each other. The thought alone was enough to make his heart race. Leon unequipped the Poison Fang Dagger +3, and equipped the Flame Tail Sword instead. The blade felt heavier in his hand, but also far more powerful. Thankfully, he had Strong Fireball, which fulfilled the requirement. Even at level 1, the sword stats surpassed the daggers. There was no reason to keep the old weapon anymore. Leon immediately listed the dagger on the trading house for 75 Eternal Coins. It sold almost instantly. Satisfied, Leon turned his attention to the sub-talent scroll. These scrolls were absurdly valuable. In the future, they would sell for tens of thousands of Eternal Coins easily. Even an F-level talent was still a permanent bonus, and bonuses like that were priceless. The only real downside was the requirement, which could be absurdly high. Luckily for Leon, his constitution was more than enough. Without hesitation, he poured his mana into the scroll and tore it apart. Whoosh! Ding! Golden particles burst from the scroll, swirling around him before engraving themselves into his body. Congratulations, you have learned the F-level sub-talent, Constitution Enhancement. Constitution Enhancement. F-level permanently increased Constitution by 10%. Nice! This was exactly the kind of sub-talent Leon liked. Simple. Practical. Always active. A permanent 10% increase in Constitution might not sound impressive at first, but as his base stats continued to rise, the value of this talent would grow alongside them. And its evolutions? They were far stronger. Satisfied with the results, Leon checked his status once more. With the level up, new equipment, and sub-talent, his combat power had officially surpassed 2000. That alone placed him far ahead of where he should be at this stage. After finishing his preparations, Leon didn't stop. He continued deeper into the forest. He was already close to the deepest parts of the wild forest, and turning back now would be pointless. With his current combat power, level 10 monsters were well within his reach. There was nothing to fear. After several minutes of steady movement, Leon slowed to a stop. Something massive loomed ahead. A structure. "Oh," Leon muttered as he looked up. "I guess I'm back here after so long." Before him stood the Wild Ruins, the most dangerous zone in the entire Wild Forest. The Wild Ruins was usually the very first dungeon that players encountered on their path toward reaching level 10. In Eternal Ascension, dungeons varied greatly in difficulty, structure, and danger. Some were sprawling labyrinths filled with traps. Others were short but brutally intense. Still, among all of them, many players agreed on one thing. The Wild Ruins was considered the easiest dungeon. Of course, that reputation came with a massive condition. Most players chose the easiest difficulty. Leon slowly approached the entrance of the ruins. The structure itself looked ancient, built from massive stone blocks covered in worn-down runes. Time had eroded their edges, yet the dungeon still radiated a heavy, oppressive aura. The moment Leon stepped close enough, a translucent panel appeared in front of him. "Which difficulty do you wish to choose? Easy? Normal? Hard?" Leon stared at the options without moving. Above hard, there technically existed even higher difficulties like Hell and Nightmare. However, no one could actually challenge them at this stage, and they weren't even available in this dungeon. Even in Leon's past life, no matter how talented or confident someone was, they were forced to choose normal or hard. There simply wasn't another option. The dungeon system itself was unforgiving. The level of the monsters inside the Wild Ruins never changed. No matter the difficulty, they were all level 10. What changed was everything else. Their strength, combat power, durability, and more importantly, their intelligence. On higher difficulties, monsters didn't just hit harder. They fought smarter. They coordinated, reacted faster, and punished mistakes mercilessly. Leon knew all of this very well. He had never once heard of any human clearing the hard difficulty of the Wild Ruins. It was simply too overwhelming. And yet, Leon wanted to be the first. The rewards would be far better, both in terms of drops and experience. Clearing hard would widen the gap between him and everyone else by an absurd amount. The usual recommended combat power for entering the Wild Ruins on easy difficulty was around 1000. For normal, it jumped to about 1500. And for hard, 2500 at the very least. Leon's current combat power was slightly above 2000. Strictly speaking, he didn't meet the requirements. And yet, gotta risk it, Leon grinned. Level leaderboard 1. Leon Rykard, level 7 2. Eleanor Starlight, level 5 3. David Windbreak, level 5 4. Aaron Godfield, level 5 5. Elliot Duskar, level 5. Leon glanced at the leaderboard. Many players had already reached level 5 or 4. Compared to his past life, this was incredibly fast. The reason was simple. This time around, nobody had suffered the massive penalty that came from losing the opening event. Without that setback, overall progression skyrocketed. Still, none of that mattered. Leon was still far ahead of everyone else. And once he cleared the Wild Ruins, the gap would only grow wider. Without hesitating any longer, Leon extended his arm and pressed his finger against the hard option. Whoosh! The panel shimmered briefly as his selection registered. Ding! Wild Ruins, hard difficulty, has been selected. The moment Leon stepped forward, his surroundings distorted. The entrance vanished, replaced by swirling colors as space itself twisted. Whish! A vortex swallowed him whole. After a few seconds, his feet touched solid ground again. Leon found himself inside the Wild Ruins. The chamber around him was enormous. Stone walls rose high above, carved with glowing runes that pulsed faintly with energy. He stood in the middle of a circular platform, its surface engraved with ancient patterns. Several stone bridges extended outward from the platform, each leading deeper into the dungeon. Below them flowed a river of thick crimson liquid. It moved slowly, almost lazily, but Leon felt an instinctive sense of danger just from looking at it. He had no intention of finding out what it was. A dungeon's challenge could vary depending on difficulty, but since no additional panels appeared, Leon guessed this was a straightforward dungeon. Reach the end and defeat the boss. Leon calmly walked toward one of the bridges. As he stepped onto it, the stone beneath his feet felt solid, but the oppressive atmosphere intensified. As expected, Leon thought while crossing, the dungeon layout changes depending on the difficulty. The easy and normal versions of the Wild Ruins were almost identical. The hard version was completely different. When Leon reached the end of the bridge, boom! A loud noise echoed through the chamber. The stone floor ahead cracked, and several massive figures began rising from the ground. Leon stopped. Ruins Golem, level 10, combat power 1500, details. Golems created by a powerful being. They have been in these ruins for a long time. 5 golems stood in front of him, completely blocking the path forward. Their bodies were made of solid stone, each one towering over Leon. Cracks ran along their frames, glowing faintly with inner heat. Where their faces should have been, hollow openings burned with small, flickering flames. They stood perfectly still like statues. Trying to throw me in there? Leon grinned while glancing at the crimson river behind him. Won't work. Each golem had terrifying combat power for its level. Any one of them could rival the fire lizard boss Leon had just defeated. Facing 5 at once would have been impossible for most players. But Leon wasn't most players. Strong fireball. He raised his hand and launched a massive fireball forward. The explosion slammed into the center golem, sending fragments of stone flying and disrupting the formation of the others. Whoosh! Leon surged forward instantly. His flame tail sword flashed as he struck the closest golem. Crack! The golem's head shattered completely from the force of the blow, its body collapsing lifelessly. Leon didn't stop. He pivoted and swung at another golem. This time, the remaining golems reacted. Swing! A massive rocky fist came crashing down toward Leon. He twisted his body and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack. At least he was no longer on the bridge. Falling was no longer an immediate threat, unless they grabbed him, and that seemed to be exactly what they were trying to do. Instead of throwing punches, the golems lunged forward, arms outstretched, attempting to seize Leon. Perhaps throwing things into that liquid fuels something, Leon muttered. Vision enhancement. His perception sharpened instantly. The movements of the golems slowed in his eyes, making their intentions obvious. Leon dodged between them with precise steps, slipping past grasping stone hands. Lightning strike. Zap! A bolt of lightning slammed into one of the golems. The electricity danced across its stone body, but it didn't even flinch. Oh, right. Leon clicked his tongue. Stone wasn't exactly conductive. Strong fireball. He fired another spell. The explosion was violent. 2 golems were blasted apart, their bodies shattered into chunks of stone. They weren't destroyed completely, but their forms were heavily damaged. The remaining 2 golems rushed Leon. Leon met them head-on. With a single swing of his sword, he shattered one's torso. Another swing reduced the second to rubble. Even though their combat power was close to his own, Leon's experience, reflexes, and skill put him far above them. Leon turned toward the last 2 golems, their broken bodies twitching on the ground. He stepped forward, ready to finish them off. Then boom! A sudden explosion shook the chamber. Leon froze. The shattered remains of the 2 golems began to tremble violently. Wait a minute! Leon's eyes widened slightly. No way! Stone fragments lifted into the air. The 2 broken bodies began pulling toward each other, merging together as cracks sealed and energy surged. Piece by piece, they fused into a single towering mass. Ha, of course! Leon sighed. Ruins Golem, mutated, level 10, combat power 1900, details. 2 golems fusing with one another to create a stronger being. Leon had just witnessed a mutation. It was rare, but not unheard of. In the future, mutations like this would become more common, especially in higher difficulty content. And now, the golem's combat power had surpassed Leon's. Roar. The mutated golem let out a deafening roar. A shockwave rippled outward, shaking the chamber and rattling the bridges. Leon tightened his grip on his sword. Even now, didn't step back. Instead, he raised his blade and prepared to attack. Leon stared at the mutated ruins golem with a calm, almost empty expression. His sword already raised and ready to strike. The effects of vision enhancement were still active, sharpening the world around him, but not for long. At most, he had 15 seconds left. Without it, dodging would become much harder, especially against a monster like this. Most of its combat power probably comes from raw strength and constitution, Leon thought. Its agility should still be low. Strong fireball. Leon thrust his hand forward and launched a blazing fireball straight at the mutated golem. The massive creature reacted instantly. It raised both of its reinforced stone arms and crossed them in front of its body. Boom! The fireball exploded against its guard, flames spreading everywhere. But when the smoke cleared, the golem was still standing. Damn! Whoosh! The mutated golem bent its legs and leapt forward with terrifying force, covering the distance in a single jump. This massive arm swung down, aiming not to strike, but to grab. Still trying to throw me into that liquid, huh? Leon's eyes glinted. Not happening. Thanks to vision enhancement, Leon could clearly see the trajectory of the attack. The monster was powerful, but its movements were heavy and predictable. Leon dashed to the side, then instantly circled behind it. Slash! His sword struck the golem's head with full force. Crack! Deep fractures spread across the stone where Leon hit. The impact echoed through the chamber. It wasn't enough to kill it, but it was enough to prove something important. I can hurt it. That alone was more than enough. Slam! The golem twisted and slammed its fist toward Leon, trying to crush him outright. Leon stepped back effortlessly, avoiding the blow just like before. For several seconds, the exchange continued. The mutated golem attacked relentlessly, swinging its arms, stomping the ground, and lunging again and again, desperately trying to seize the human before it. But none of its attacks connected. Leon moved smoothly, dodging each strike by a narrow margin, his movements precise and controlled. With vision enhancement active, every motion of the golem felt slow. Seeing an opening, Leon stepped in once more. Slash! He struck the same cracked area on the golem's head, deepening the fractures. The golem reacted instantly, raising both arms to protect its head. That was exactly what Leon was waiting for. At the very last moment, he changed his stance. Strong fireball. Boom! The spell detonated against the golem's exposed side. A massive chunk of its body was blown apart, stone fragments scattering across the chamber. The mutated golem staggered. Leon didn't hesitate. Slash! His sword flashed, cutting cleanly through the weakened structure. The golem collapsed, its massive body crumbling into lifeless rubble. Ding! You have killed X3 Ruins Golem and gained 900 experience points. You have killed Ruins Golem, mutated, and gained 700 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Nice! Leon exhaled lightly. That fight alone had given him a massive amount of experience. He was now only a few monsters away from leveling up again. More importantly, his storage space was filled with new items. Ruins Golem Essence X3. Consuming will increase strength by 5. Mutated Ruins Golem Essence. Plus 7 strength and plus 5 constitution. Ruins Golem Armor X4. Rare plus 100 constitution. Plus 80 strength. Minus 25 agility. Oh! Leon didn't waste time. He immediately consumed all the essences. A warm sensation spread through his body as his muscles and bones grew denser and stronger. Then his gaze shifted to the armor. At a glance, it was clearly superior to the armor he was currently wearing, even at level 1. The agility penalty wasn't a flaw. Heavy armor always came with a trade-off. Leon didn't hesitate. Whish! You have consumed 2 identical equipments. Enhancement successful. He enhanced the armor twice, creating 2 identical upgraded pieces. Then, without stopping, he pushed further. Fwish! Enhancement successful! Yes! If that enhancement had failed, both armor pieces would have shattered completely. But luck was on Leon's side. Ruins Golem armor +3, rare +250 constitution, +150 strength, -10 agility. The increase was massive. Not only did the stats skyrocket, but even the agility penalty was reduced. That was the true strength of enhanced equipment. Leon immediately removed his poison mushroom armor +2 and equipped the new armor. The moment he did, he could feel the difference. His body felt heavier, but also far sturdier. His constitution was now so high that he could probably tank a direct hit from most monsters in this dungeon. He glanced at his combat power. Combat power, 1204, plus 1370. His combat power had officially surpassed 2500. I gained over 500 combat power in an instant, Leon muttered with a grin. Higher difficulty dungeons really are the best. After dealing with the golems, Leon continued forward. Ahead of him stood a massive gate. There were other paths branching off to the sides, each leading deeper into the ruins, but Leon didn't bother choosing carefully. He wasn't here to rush the exit. He was here to get stronger. Leon passed through the gate and entered a long hallway. The corridor was dimly lit by flickering torches embedded in the stone walls. Shadows danced along the floor as Leon walked forward calmly. Then, whoosh, a fireball shot out from the darkness ahead. Leon immediately sidestepped, the spell passing right by him and exploding against the wall. He reacted without hesitation. Strong fireball. Boom! His fireball rushed forward and exploded deep in the hallway. Ding! You have killed Skeleton Magician, level 10, and gained 250 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. I didn't even get to see it. Leon walked forward and checked the drops. Skeleton Magician Essence. Consuming will increase spirit by 5. Skeleton Staff Uncommon plus 100 spirit. Requirement. At least knows 1 spell. Skill Stone. Wow, nice. This single enemy had dropped far more than expected. Leon actually hoped to encounter more of them. And as if the dungeon itself had heard him. Fwish! The torches at the end of the hallway flared to life. 7 figures stepped out of the shadows. 7 skeleton magicians. Each one held a staff, all of them pointing directly at Leon. Damn! Skeleton Magician, level 10, combat power 1600. Details. Skeletons that have learned low-level magic out of boredom after being trapped in these ruins for a long time. Fireball. Lightning strike. All 7 skeleton magicians fired their spells at the same time, flooding the hallway with blazing fire and crackling lightning. Leon's expression didn't change. He sprinted forward, using the narrow walls of the hallway to his advantage, leaping and rolling past the incoming spells with precise movements. The skeletons hesitated, clearly shocked. Before their cooldowns could finish, strong fireball. Leon raised the skeleton staff he had just acquired in his left hand and pointed it forward. The fireball he launched this time was far stronger than before. Boom! The explosion engulfed the group. The blast was so powerful that almost all of the skeleton magicians were destroyed instantly. When the smoke cleared, only 2 remained. They barely had time to react. Leon was already in front of them. Slash! His sword flashed twice. Both skeletons collapsed, their skulls cleanly severed. Ding! You have killed X7 skeleton magician and gained 1750 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 8. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Leon exhaled slowly. Along with the experience, the skeletons dropped Skeleton Staff X7, Skill Stones X7, and Skeleton Magician Essence X7. Every single one dropped the same items. Leon was a bit surprised that no spell scrolls appeared, but his talent couldn't force drops that didn't exist. He consumed all the essences, increasing his spirit by 40. Then he began fusing the staffs. 3 out of 4 fusions succeeded, giving him a skeleton staff +2. He didn't stop there. Fwish! Ding! Enhancement successful. Nice! Skeleton staff +3, uncommon +300 spirit. It was a very basic weapon. No special effects. No skills. Just raw spirit. But Leon didn't mind. A 300 spirit boost was enormous, directly adding hundreds of combat power. Leon held the staff in his left hand and the flame-tail sword in his right. "I'm not used to fighting with both a sword and a staff," he muttered. "But I'll manage." With that, Leon stepped forward once more, deeper into the wild ruins, eager to see what else the hard difficulty had waiting for him. Now that Leon's combat power had climbed past 3,000, he wasn't particularly afraid of the monsters inside the wild ruins anymore, even on hard difficulty. As he walked through yet another long stone hallway, he casually glanced at the items in his storage space, his attention landing on the skill stones X8. Let's see. Upgrading vision enhancement or appraisal cost 3 skill stones each. Strong fireball required 5. And lightning strike needed a hefty 7. Leon didn't hesitate for long. If he wanted efficiency, he had to pick the option that gave him the most overall value. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Strong Fireball, level 4, to Strong Fireball, level 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded Vision Enhancement, level 3, to Vision Enhancement, level 4. Leon immediately checked the updated descriptions. Vision Enhancement, level 4 consume a certain amount of spirit to enhance one's dynamic vision for 2 minutes. 2 minutes cooldown. Strong Fireball, level 5 focus your spirit and condense it into a very strong fireball that strikes a target and may apply burn. Nice. Leon nodded in satisfaction. These skill levels were already absurd for someone still inside the novice village phase. Most players wouldn't even dream of having level 5 offensive skills at this stage. And yet, Leon wasn't satisfied. He knew this wasn't even close to his limit. After all, even level 10 monsters couldn't survive a single direct hit from his fireballs anymore. That alone was proof of how overwhelming his power had become. With his upgraded skeleton staff in his left hand and the flame-tail sword in his right, Leon reached the end of the hallway where he had fought the skeleton magicians. Holding 2 weapons at once still felt strange. He was used to wielding a sword that boosted his magic, not splitting his focus between a blade and a staff. Still, he knew the setup was temporary. Once he acquired the items he truly wanted, this awkward fighting style would disappear. Leon stepped forward and froze. Ha! What appeared before him was completely different from what he expected. In the easy and normal difficulties, the wild ruins remained indoors from start to finish. Stone halls, chambers, bridges, and underground structures. But now, Leon was outside. Before him stretched a dense forest, thick with towering trees and tangled roots. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting broken shadows across the ground. The air felt alive, filled with faint spiritual energy. "This isn't normal," Leon muttered. He scratched his chin lightly. Maybe even the boss is different. The dungeon layout had already diverged heavily from what he remembered. The monsters were stronger, smarter, and more aggressive. In easy and normal, the final boss was always the Ruins Guardian, with its strength adjusted to the chosen difficulty. But in Leon's past life, many players speculated that the Ruins Guardian wasn't the true ruler of the wild forest. They believed something stronger existed, but was unreachable. Most assumed it was hidden behind hard difficulty. Leon's eyes gleamed. Looks like they were right. He moved forward without hesitation, stepping into the forest beyond the ruins. As he pushed through the trees, monsters quickly began to appear. Nature foxes darted between roots and bushes, their green-tinted fur blending perfectly with the surroundings. A flower fiend emerged from the ground, its body made of twisting vines and thorn-covered petals. None of them stood a chance. Leon raised his staff. Strong fireball. Boom! One monster was erased instantly. Lightning strike. Zap! Another collapsed before it could even react. If any survived or managed to dodge, Leon finished them with a single slash of his sword. His raw strength alone was enough to crush level 10 monsters with ease. Most of these enemies had combat power close to 2000, far stronger than the monsters inside the ruins. But against Leon it didn't matter. His talent activated again and again, ensuring that every kill dropped everything it could. Still, Leon didn't stop to inspect every item. Right now, momentum mattered more than loot. And eventually, ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 9. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Phew! Leon exhaled slowly. Only one more level. Once he reached level 10, he would be forced to leave the novice village phase and enter the novice divine temple. That was where the true, eternal ascension began. Compared to what came after, the novice phase really was just a playground. Leon wasn't scared. Unlike his past life, he knew what awaited him. And because of that, he felt calm. He opened his storage space and reviewed everything he had obtained so far. Eternal Coins X285, Nature Fox Essence X9, plus 5 Spirit, plus 3 Agility, Flower Fiend Essence X7, plus 4 Strength, plus 4 Constitution, Nature Boots X5, plus 100 Agility, plus 50 Constitution. Requirement, Level 9. Flower Petals X6, Cosmetic Accessory, may be sold. Skill Stones X8, Enhancement Stones X6. This is a lot. Leon immediately began using the items. He consumed every essence without hesitation. Warm energy flooded his body. Plus 28 strength, plus 28 constitution, plus 45 spirit, plus 27 agility. His stats climbed even higher. Next, he focused on the nature boots. He attempted to fuse them. Unfortunately, only one of the enhancement attempts succeeded. 2 shattered into fragments. Still, Leon wasn't disappointed. Nature boots plus 2, rare plus 150 agility, plus 75 constitution. Good enough. He equipped them instantly. As for the flower petals, Leon shrugged and left them in storage. Cosmetic items sometimes gained value later on. With his stats adjusted and equipment upgraded, Leon continued moving forward. He was about to allocate his remaining stones when he stopped. Ahead was a small clearing. 3 figures stood within it. Ha! Leon scanned the surroundings first. Trees formed a complete circle around the clearing, thick and impenetrable. There was nothing beyond this place, which meant only one thing. This is it. The boss area. Leon shifted his attention to the monsters. 2 stood at the front. The first was massive, a carnivorous flower over 5 meters tall. Its blood-red petals looked like twisted tongues, constantly moving and releasing a heavy, suffocating fragrance into the air. Sharp, jagged teeth lined the edges of its petals, glinting coldly. The second figure was familiar, the Ruins Guardian. The same boss players fought on easy and normal difficulty. Ruins Guardian, boss, level 10, combat power 2500, status controlled. Details: the usual boss of the Wild Ruins. It seems to be controlled by something. And beside it, Flower Demon King, boss, level 10, combat power 3000, details. A flower that spreads its fragrance to control others and use them to fight. So that's how it is, Leon muttered. The Ruins Guardian was being controlled by the Flower Demon King. That alone proved how dangerous the flower truly was. And yet, Leon's expression didn't change. The Flower Demon King looked powerful. Its combat power, abilities, and presence all screamed, final boss. But Leon knew better. It's not the real one. After all, it lacked the zone boss title. Leon shifted his gaze past the 2 bosses. And there, sitting calmly on a throne woven entirely from living vines, was the true ruler of the wild forest. The figure slowly leaned forward. A human has reached this place, it said calmly. Very well. Leon's eyes narrowed as he read the panel that appeared. Wild Forest King, Zone Boss, Level 10, Talent, Constitution Enhancement, F Level, Strength Enhancement, F Level, Combat Power, 4000, Details. The strongest monster in the Wild Forest, ruler over all others. As expected, Leon nodded. This boss only exists on hard difficulty. Instead of fear, a smile spread across his face. Even though the Wild Forest King was the strongest monster in the zone, Leon's combat power was already higher than that. 3 bosses. 3 massive loot drops. Leon tightened his grip on his sword and staff. I'm taking all of it. It has been a while, the Wild Forest King said calmly, his voice echoing through the clearing. Among all races, only a handful ever dare to come here. And those who do almost always die. You will join them as well. There was a reason those words carried such weight. At this stage, a combat power of 4000 was terrifying. It was far beyond what any normal level 10 being should possess. In fact, for most players, even reaching half of that number would already be considered monstrous. And yet, combat power, 1620, plus 2520. Leon glanced at his own status panel, then lifted his head. A faint grin formed on his lips as he raised his staff and pointed it forward without hesitation. The Wild Forest King stood at roughly 2 meters tall. His body was humanoid, but his head was unmistakably that of a serpent, scales glinting faintly beneath the filtered forest light. A long sword rested in his hands, its blade polished and sharp, and an oppressive aura radiated from him without restraint. He did not rise from his throne of twisted vines. To him, Leon was simply another challenger who had managed to make it this far. Most of the intruders who reached this clearing couldn't even defeat the Ruin Guardian and the Flower Demon King. There was no reason for him to move yet. Whoosh! The Flower Demon King shifted its massive body slightly. Its enormous petals trembled as a thick pink fragrance spread through the air, rolling forward like a visible mist. The scent filled the clearing in an instant, surrounding Leon completely. This was its true power. Anyone caught by that fragrance would lose themselves. Their mind eroded until nothing remained but obedience. Once controlled, escape was impossible. They would become a puppet for the rest of their life. And yet, Leon did not react at all. The fragrance washed over him, seeped into the air around him, and then, nothing happened. Oh! The Flower Demon King froze. Even the Wild Forest King narrowed his eyes slightly from atop his throne. Your combat power, the king muttered slowly, finally focusing fully on Leon. It is strong fireball. Leon did not give him the chance to finish. Spirit surged through his staff as he released a fully condensed fireball. The level 5 spell flew forward in a blazing arc and slammed directly into the Flower Demon King's massive body. Boom! The explosion was violent. Flames engulfed the flower in an instant, charring its petals black and tearing through its core. There was no resistance, no struggle. The overwhelming difference in combat power made everything else meaningless. The Flower Demon King, a boss capable of enslaving others with ease, was annihilated in a single attack. This massive body collapsed into ash. As soon as it died, the Ruin Guardian trembled violently. The control binding it vanished, and clarity returned to it. The moment it registered what had happened, fear overwhelmed it completely. Its first instinct was to run. How could it fight a human who had just erased the very being that controlled it? Useless. The Wild Forest King finally moved. He rose from his throne in a single smooth motion and slashed his blade forward without even looking at the Guardian. The sword flashed. Boom! The Ruin Guardian shattered instantly, its body breaking apart before it could even take a step. Just stay down. Leon wasn't surprised by the king's ability to speak. In his past life, he had long grown used to the fact that truly powerful bosses possessed intelligence, awareness, and even language. That didn't change the outcome. A fight was still inevitable. Whish! The Wild Forest King vanished from his original position and reappeared in front of Leon. Silver blade cutting through the air in a wide arc. Leon raised his own sword and met the strike head-on. Clang! Their blades collided, neither yielding. Boom! The shock wave from the impact surged outward, slicing through the surrounding trees. Thick trunks were cut cleanly in half, crashing to the ground behind them. "Ha!" the king said, his snake-like head shifting slightly as his gaze locked onto Leon. "I can tell immediately. You're the strongest person who has ever come here. From a low-level world, that is." That statement carried weight. Dungeons like this one existed across all of Eternal Ascension. Every novice village had its own version of the Wild Ruins, which meant that this king had fought thousands upon thousands of challengers, humans, beasts, and races Leon had never even heard of. And yet, none of them compared to the human standing before him now. Leon did not respond. The Wild Forest King pressed forward, unleashing a series of rapid, powerful strikes. Each slash was precise, heavy, and meant to kill. The pressure was immense. Leon met every single attack. His movements were calm, deliberate, and refined by experience. He didn't retreat. He didn't panic. Each time the blade came toward him, he responded perfectly. Even someone with equal combat power would normally falter under such relentless pressure. But the king couldn't find a single opening. "And yet you carry a staff," the king said while attacking, his tone tinged with curiosity. "How strange. I have never seen a swordsman who fights with magic." Leon already knew his path was unusual. A swordsman who wielded magic, a mage who refused to abandon close combat. It was a difficult and unforgiving route, but it was the path he had chosen in his past life. And this time he was walking it far better. Leon stepped back, narrowly dodging a downward slash, then raised his staff. Lightning strike. Strong fireball. A bolt of lightning shot toward the king. The Wild Forest King twisted his body and dodged it with ease, but in doing so, he exposed himself. Oh! Boom! The fireball slammed directly into the position he had moved to, detonating violently and sending him flying backward. His body crashed against the vine-covered throne, shattering parts of it on impact. "Ha ha!" The king rose slowly, his body clearly damaged, scales scorched and cracked. "I see now. You are one of them." "Oh." Leon tilted his head slightly but didn't dwell on the words. He tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to continue. Vision enhancement. Spirit flowed through his eyes. The world sharpened instantly. Movements became clearer, slower, easier to track. And then, "The culmination of my strength," the king said, his eyes gleaming as he lowered his sword to his side. Power gathered around him in waves. "You die with me." Leon's eyes widened. He didn't hesitate. He rushed forward at full speed, closing the distance in an instant. But just as he was about to reach him, crescent slash. The Wild Forest King swung his blade with everything he had. Power erupted outward, forming a massive crescent-shaped slash that tore through the air. Leon reacted instantly. He swung his sword vertically, pouring all his strength into the block. The impact was overwhelming. The force hurled him backwards several meters, his feet carving lines into the ground as he struggled to hold his stance. And then, slash, the crescent cut through his blade. It struck Leon directly. "H." The Wild Forest King laughed, convinced of his victory. An insect will always remain an insect, especially a human from a low-level world. He believed the fight was over. But then, "I'll be taking that skill of yours." The voice came from behind him. The king's eyes widened. A blade flashed and his head fell. Leon stood behind the collapsing corpse, breathing heavily. Phew! He looked down at the body of the Wild Forest King. The reason he survived was simple. The purple jade necklace had activated its passive ability, forming a shield that absorbed the fatal blow. Without that initial resistance, he would have died instantly though. Ding! You have killed Flower Demon King, boss, and gained 1,000 experience points. You have killed Wild Forest King, zone boss, and gained 3,000 experience points. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. It was unfortunate that the Wild Forest King had destroyed the Ruin Guardian, costing Leon its loot. But Leon didn't linger on that thought. Without wasting a second, he opened his storage space, eyes fixed on what the two bosses had left behind. /n donate power stones if you want, it greatly helps the book. Laughing face. The moment Leon opened his storage space, a loud announcement echoed, not just in Novice Village number 1, but across every single Novice Village without exception. Congratulations to Leon Rykard for clearing the hard difficulty, Wild Ruins. The message appeared simultaneously before countless players. What? Holy shit! Which Novice Village is that guy from? Damn! Confusion, shock, disbelief. Reactions erupted everywhere. This was the first time such an announcement had ever appeared since the start of Eternal Ascension. Not a single player had even discovered the Wild Ruins. Yet this Leon guy cleared it already? But while many villages buzzed with shock and awe, Novice Village number 5 reacted very differently. This little fuck, Damon roared, slamming his fist down. Our village is still stuck with that experience and resource penalty, and he's already soaring ahead like this? We can still kill monsters just fine, Maki replied after a brief pause, her tone far calmer. But maybe it's time we stop messing around and actually focus on getting stronger. I know, Damon growled, clenching his teeth. But now I'm sure of one thing. That bastard isn't some random nobody like the others. The announcement burned into his mind. Leon Rykard. Damon and Maki exchanged a brief look. Neither of them spoke again, but neither was thinking of backing down. It didn't matter how far Leon pulled ahead. Eventually they would catch up. Eventually they would settle things. Meanwhile, back in the depths of the Wild Ruins, a different panel appeared before Leon. This one wasn't global. It was his alone. Since you are the first to conquer this dungeon in its hard difficulty, you have been rewarded with 20 reputation points. Damn! Leon stared at the number, genuinely surprised. 20 reputation points was an enormous reward, especially at this stage. His gaze immediately shifted to his status. Reputation points, 40. Ha! He muttered, unable to hide his satisfaction. Only 10 more, and I'll get my first reward. In his past life, Leon had never heard of any human reaching 50 reputation points before their first assessment at the Novice Divine Temple. Most players barely scraped together a handful by then. He didn't know exactly how much this would influence his future rewards, but one thing was certain. It wouldn't hurt. Then his eyes dropped to another line. Level 9, 4, 850/5, 000. Damn, I'm really close. He needed barely any experience now. 1 or 2 decent monsters and he'd level up. Once he reached level 10, he would be forced to advance to the next stage of Eternal Ascension. Before worrying about that, though, Leon refocused his attention on his storage space. Eternal Coins X 500. Flower Demon King Essence. Consuming will increase Constitution by 10 and Spirit by 15. Wild Forest King Essence. Consuming will increase Strength by 30, Agility by 20, and Constitution by 15. Skill Stones X6. Enhancement Stones X5. Wild Forest Sword. Epic plus 250 Attack. Plus 200 Strength. Requirement. Level 10. Crescent Slash. Skill Book. Requirement. Level 10. Sub-Talent Scrolls. Constitution Enhancement. F level. And Strength Enhancement. F level. Wild Forest Crown. Epic All Attributes plus 100. Requirement. Conquer the Wild Ruins in hard difficulty. Damn. Even Leon had to admit it. The loot was insane. Most of it clearly came from the Wild Forest King, but that was to be expected. Zone bosses always dropped items far beyond normal standards. Without wasting time, Leon consumed both essences. As the energy flowed into his body, he felt a clear and immediate change. His muscles tightened slightly, his breathing steadied, and his spirit pool expanded. The stronger the monster, the greater the benefit from its essence, and these two had been among the strongest possible at this level. Normally, players barely ever obtained monster essences. The drop rate was absurdly low. Leon, however, was an exception. After that, he checked his stones and merged them with what he already had. Skill stones X14. Enhancement stones X11. Nice. With that amount, he could evolve multiple skills or reinforce several pieces of equipment once he found the right opportunity. His gaze lingered briefly on the Wild Forest Sword and the Crescent/Skill Book. He wanted to equip and learn them immediately, but the level requirement stopped him short. It wouldn't take long to reach level 10, but rules were rules. For now, he stored them away. Next, Leon picked up the Wild Forest Crown. He placed it on his head without hesitation. The crown was woven entirely from thick vines, interlaced with small, living flowers that pulsed faintly with energy. It didn't feel heavy at all, but the moment he equipped it, power surged through his body. The requirement was unusual. Instead of a level restriction, it demanded proof, conquering the wild ruins on hard difficulty. That condition alone made the item nearly impossible to sell. The number of people capable of meeting it was small, even across all races. Leon felt the effect instantly. All attributes increased by 100. That single item boosted his combat power by roughly 800 points in one go. It was absurd. Finally, Leon turned his attention to the 2 subtalent scrolls. He already possessed Constitution Enhancement, so he didn't hesitate to learn the one he lacked. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned the F-level subtalent, Strength Enhancement. Strength Enhancement, F-level permanently increases strength by 10%. It functioned exactly as expected, mirroring Constitution Enhancement, but affecting strength instead. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell to the remaining scroll in his hand. Another player would have learned it immediately without thinking twice. But Leon already had that subtalent. Did that make the scroll useless? Not at all. Subtalents followed the same underlying rules as items. They could be fused. Unlike equipment, however, a failed fusion wouldn't destroy the existing subtalent. Only the scroll itself would break. Leon focused his mana, tore the scroll apart, and let the fragments dissolve into his body. The energy merged with his existing subtalent. Ding! Fusion successful. You have evolved Constitution Enhancement, F-level, to Constitution Enhancement, E-level. Constitution Enhancement, E-level permanently increases Constitution by 20%. Nice! This improvement would scale even harder as his base attributes increased. It was a long-term benefit, and one that most players wouldn't even consider possible this early. I wonder how far I can evolve it, Leon thought, a grin tugging at his lips. I'll need more subtalent scrolls for that, though. As that thought crossed his mind, a portal formed in front of the shattered throne. The surface shimmered faintly. It was the exit. Without hesitation, Leon stepped forward and left the wild ruins. Ding! A few seconds later, he emerged outside the massive ruin structure, standing once again in the original, wild forest. The air felt lighter here. Familiar. I'll kill a few more monsters and move on, Leon said quietly, nodding to himself. But before that, he wanted to meet David, Eleanor, and the others at least one more time. Whoosh! Leon sprinted through the wild forest, moving at full speed as he searched for Eleanor, David, Aaron, and Alice. Now that he had almost reached level 10, he knew his time in the novice phase was coming to an end. Once he entered the Novice Divine Temple and completed his first assessment, the real eternal ascension would begin. After that, there was no guarantee he would see them again anytime soon. At the very least, he wanted to say a few things before leaving. The forest blurred around him as he ran. None of the monsters roaming the area could even begin to keep up with his pace. Leon's agility had long since surpassed what monsters at this level could handle, and even those that noticed him barely had time to react before he was already gone. And honestly, even if they managed to attack, it wouldn't matter much. With Constitution Enhancement, his upgraded equipment, and the bonuses from essences and the crown, his Constitution had climbed past 700. That was an absurd value at this stage. Even level 10 monsters would need to land multiple solid hits just to injure him, and most wouldn't survive long enough to try. Fear simply didn't exist for him anymore in this forest. After pushing forward for a while, Leon slowed slightly as he entered the level 6 to 7 area. Based on their pace and strength, this was roughly where Eleanor's group should be by now. They were competent, stronger than most. Their talents alone put them well above the average novice. A few moments later, Leon felt it. Presences. Not monsters. Fwish! He dashed forward and emerged into a small clearing, where a familiar scene greeted him. The four of them were sitting around a crude campsite, a pile of raw meat set aside, and a campfire that wasn't actually lit. How are we even supposed to cook this if we don't have fire? Aaron complained loudly, holding a slab of meat with clear frustration. This is so dumb. Just eat it raw, David replied flatly, already biting into a piece of howler wolf meat. Like a man. Aaron stared at him for half a second, then recoiled as he noticed David's expression twist. Yeah, no, that's disgusting. This is really bad. We need some kind of fire-related skill, Eleanor said thoughtfully. Maybe I should try to get fire arrows or something similar. The drop rate is terrible, Alice sighed, leaning back. And I'm honestly starting to starve. Leon watched the scene for a brief moment, amused. It looked exactly like what it was, a group of capable players completely defeated by something as simple as cooking. Then he stepped forward. Ha! David turned his head first. Damn, how do you always manage to find us? Luck, Leon replied with a grin. I am lucky after all. With the amount of items you keep pulling out of nowhere? Aaron laughed. Yeah, I'd say that checks out. Leon walked over and sat down near the campfire, settling beside Eleanor. Without ceremony, he raised his staff and focused his spirit. Whoosh! A small, controlled flame bloomed at the center of the campfire, formed from the condensed heat of his strong fireball. It wasn't violent or explosive, just a steady, clean flame, perfect for cooking. The mood around the campsite instantly shifted. You're kidding me? Aaron muttered. Leon casually pulled out a piece of roasted ape meat from his storage and took a bite, clearly enjoying himself. You're level 9 already, David said, glancing at the leaderboard. That's insane. It's not that special, Leon replied calmly. But I won't be staying much longer. Where are you going? Aaron asked before stopping himself. To another place, Eleanor answered instead, looking at Leon. We do need to reach level 10. There has to be something after that. Leon nodded. Exactly. He continued eating as he spoke, his tone relaxed but serious. I won't stay long. I just wanted to tell you to be careful later on, especially during your first assessment. And even more once you step onto the eternal continent. Eleanor narrowed her eyes slightly. How do you even know about all that? Leon didn't hesitate. Reward for clearing the wild ruins. Oh, she paused, then nodded. That actually makes sense. Leon shared what information he could about the wild ruins, avoiding anything that would raise suspicion. He spoke with them for a few more minutes as they cooked their food properly this time, the earlier tension replaced by a calmer atmosphere. Eventually, Leon stood up. I'll be going, he said simply. See you later, if we all survive. They nodded in response. But just before he turned away, Leon added something else. You can all send me friend requests, he said. I'll accept them. Ding, 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 ding. For notifications appeared in quick succession. You have received a friend request from Eleanor Starlight. You have received a friend request from David Windbreak. You have received a friend request from Aaron Godfield. You have received a friend request from Alice Evicton. Leon accepted them all without hesitation. His friend list updated immediately, giving him a way to contact them. Oh, and take this. He gave the Dark Shell Shield +2 to Aaron. Damn. Let me send you something. Ding. You have received 30 Eternal Coins from Aaron Godfield. Good enough. Leon nodded. After that, they parted ways. Leon pushed deeper into the forest, heading back toward the level 9 to 10 area. Before long, he encountered a few wandering monsters. Slash. One clean swing of his sword was enough. The monster fell instantly. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 10. You have gained 5 points in all attributes and 5 free points to distribute. Leon barely had time to register it before another panel appeared. Ding. You have reached level 10. Your experience will now be locked until you complete your first assessment. You will be teleported to the Novice Divine Temple in 5 minutes for your first assessment. Take this time to prepare. Leon stared at the panel, expression neutral. This was expected. But now that he had officially reached level 10, several things became possible. Ding! Congratulations to Leon Rykard for being the first human to reach level 10. Ding! Since you are the first person to reach level 10, you have been rewarded with 10 reputation points and a legendary treasure chest. Leon exhaled slowly. Good. This was exactly what he wanted. And the system wasn't done yet. Ding! Your reputation has reached 50. You have received the Heavenly One's favored blessing. You will now gain 20 attributes per level. Wait a minute. Leon's eyes widened as he read the panel again. That's way more than in my past life. Reputation points existed to enhance growth, better level up rewards, better long-term benefits. But this was far beyond what he remembered. Either the thresholds had changed, or being the first to reach this milestone amplified the reward. Either way, it didn't matter. From now on, every level would make him absurdly stronger. Beep. Warning. For minutes remaining before teleportation to the Novice Divine Temple. Gotta be quick, Leon muttered. He pulled out the legendary treasure chest. It materialized in front of him, radiating a golden glow that stood out sharply against the forest. Even in his past life, legendary chests were extremely rare. Most players never saw one at all. Leon didn't hesitate. He opened it. Ding! 100% drop rate has triggered. All items inside the treasure chest have been placed into storage space. Leon immediately opened his storage space, eager to inspect it one last time before leaving the novice phase behind. Leon quickly checked the new items resting in his inventory the moment the legendary treasure chest finished opening. His heart was still beating faster than normal. Even now, it felt unreal. Without wasting time, he first pulled out the 3 Howler Wolf essences he had been saving. Those monsters were the very reason he had managed to reach level 10 in the first place, and there was no reason to hold back anymore. Leon consumed all 3 of them one after another. A familiar warmth spread through his body as the energy dissolved into him, reinforcing his stats and stabilizing his growth. Compared to everything else he was about to deal with, this part felt routine. Once that was done, Leon finally turned his attention to the true prize, the chest items. And the moment he looked at the list, his eyes widened. There were far more items than he had ever seen come out of a single chest before. Gold shield, legendary plus 500 defense, 250 constitution. Forms a protectio of armor outside the body, able to withstand some attacks. Requirement, 300 constitution and level 10. Sub-talent scroll, strength enhancement, F level, dot. Skill stones X10, enhancement stones X10, silk belt, epic plus 250 defense, plus 100 constitution, plus 150 agility. Requirement, level 10. Healing potion X3, may fully heal injuries. Vine bow, legendary plus 500 attack, plus 300 strength, plus 250 agility. Has a chance to fire vine arrows that can restrict enemies. Requirement. At least 1 archer-type skill and level 10. Divine Elven Essence. Legendary or rare essence left by high elves. Consuming will increase all attributes by 100 and enhance bloodline. Intermediate all attributes pill. Increases all attributes by 50. Damn! The word slipped out before Leon could stop himself. In his past life, he had opened plenty of treasure chests. Some were good. Some were disappointing. A few were memorable. But never had he seen something like this. This wasn't just generous. It was absurd. Usually, the rank of a chest didn't only affect the quality of the items inside. It also influenced how many items you could get in the first place. Treasure chests followed strict rules. At minimum, a chest would always give 1 or 2 items. That part was guaranteed. Everything beyond that depended on luck. The higher the rank, the higher the odds of additional drops, but even then, it was rare to see more than 4 or 5 items at once. Legendary chests were different. They didn't just improve quality. They increased guaranteed rewards too. That was why they were so coveted. And also why they were so rare. Leon slowly exhaled, forcing himself to calm down. Getting excited wouldn't help him organize this mess. He began sorting the items in his mind, separating what he needed immediately from what could wait. First priority, anything consumable that could strengthen him right now. That narrowed it down to 2 items. The Divine Elven Essence and the Intermediate All Attributes Pill. Leon paused for a brief moment, his thoughts drifting to a familiar face. Amelia, the elf he had saved earlier, back when she had been poisoned in that cave. If she were here, what would she think about this? High elves weren't just a myth or a title in Eternal Ascension. They were an actual race with pride, history, and power behind them. What would they think if they saw a human casually drinking something derived from them? Leon shook his head. That wasn't his problem right now. Strength was strength. He picked up the Intermediate All Attributes Pill first. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Ding! You have consumed the Intermediate All Attributes Pill, and all your attributes have increased by 50. The change was immediate but subtle. His body felt more balanced, more stable, like everything had shifted into better alignment. Satisfied, Leon reached for the second item. The Divine Elven Essence. It came in a small bottle no bigger than his thumb. The liquid inside shimmered with a soft golden glow, almost alive. Just looking at it made his instincts stir. Leon didn't hesitate. He drank it. The effect was instant. Power surged through his veins like a tidal wave. His senses sharpened, his body hummed, and for a brief moment it felt like his entire being was being washed clean from the inside out. Wow! He had never experienced anything like this. It was incredible. Ding! Your bloodline BS been purified by 1% by the Divine Elven Essence. All your attributes have increased by 100 as a result. You have absorbed a trace of elven power, but the concentration is too low to inherit any skills. Ha! Leon blinked. That last message caught his attention. Absorbed a trace of elven power? Too low to inherit any skills? His mind immediately started working. Did that mean if he obtained more of these, he could actually gain elven-related abilities? The thought alone made his heart beat faster. The Divine Elven Essence was probably one of those absurdly rare items, the kind with a drop rate so low most players would never even see it mentioned. A 0.001% chance, maybe even lower. No wonder it was so powerful. Leon forced himself to move on before he got lost in speculation. Next came the Subtalent Scroll. He attempted to fuse the Strength Enhancement Scroll with the subtalent he already possessed. Beep! Fusion failed. Damn! Leon sighed, but he wasn't too bothered. Failure was always a possibility with these things. At least his existing subtalent hadn't degraded. That alone was a win. With consumables out of the way, Leon moved on to equipment. He equipped the Silk Belt Epic first. The moment it settled around his waist, he felt lighter and sturdier at the same time. His movements became smoother, more controlled. Then he equipped the Wild Forest Sword Epic. The familiar weight of the blade rested comfortably in his hand, perfectly balanced. Finally, Leon pulled out the Crescent/Skill Book. He poured mana into it, letting the knowledge flow directly into his mind. Ding! You have learned Crescent Slash, Epic Tier Level 1. Charge your power into your sword before slashing forward, releasing a powerful Crescent Slash. Nice! Leon smiled. He really wanted to test it immediately, to feel how it differed from his other attacks. But when he checked the timer, he stopped himself. Only 2 minutes left before teleportation. There wasn't enough time to experiment. As for the Gold Shield, legendary, and the Vine Bow legendary, Leon already had people in mind, Aaron and Eleanor. Both items suited them perfectly. Still, he didn't give them away. Not yet. These items were valuable, far too valuable to hand over without thought. And even if he did, neither of them met the requirements yet. I could also sell them to the other races. Leon thought, I'll be meeting them soon. That option stayed in the back of his mind. With equipment handled, Leon moved on to the last part of his preparation. The stones. Skill Stones X24. Enhancement Stones X21. Seeing those numbers alone was enough to lift his mood. With this many, he could make real progress. He quickly decided how to use the skill stones. Ding! You have upgraded Appraisal, level 3, to Appraisal level 4. You have upgraded Strong Fireball, level 5, to Powerful Fireball, level 6. You have upgraded Lightning Strike, level 2, to Lightning Strike, level 3. You have upgraded Crescent Slash, level 1, to Crescent Slash, level 2. 4 upgrades. Every single skill stone was gone. Leon let out a slow breath. It was worth it. Especially his fireball. It had changed names again. That alone showed how much stronger it had become. Leon quickly checked the updated descriptions. Only 2 of them had changed. Appraisal level 4 can be used to appraise monsters, item information, terrains, special materials, and ores. For blacksmiths or alchemists, this ability would be priceless, especially this early in the game. But Leon didn't care much about that. For him, appraisal was a tool, and he wanted it strong enough to reveal more information than it normally should. That was the real value. Next came his fireball. Powerful Fireball. Level 6, focus your spirit, and condense it into a powerful fireball that hits several targets in a wide radius. And that has a good chance to burn them. The radius had increased. The power too. Leon nodded, satisfied. Then beep. Warning. 1 minute remaining before teleportation to the Novice Divine Temple. Shit, Leon muttered. Gotta be quick. He immediately turned his attention to his remaining items, fingers flying as he prepared to use his enhancement stones before time ran out. Leon quickly crushed the remaining enhancement stones in his hand and immediately began using them on his equipment. There was no time to hesitate. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your Wild Forest Crown, 7 EC, Wild Forest Sword, 7 EC, and Silk Belt, 7 EC. Leon let out a short breath. Since all 3 pieces of equipment were epic rank, their first enhancement each required 7 enhancement stones. The cost was high, but the return was always worth it. He could have chosen to enhance his skeleton staff +3 instead. That option had crossed his mind for a brief moment. But in the end, Leon decided against it. Right now, raw attributes mattered more than anything else. The sword, crown, and belt all provided massive stat boosts, especially after enhancement. Compared to that, the staff could wait. Leon quickly opened the updated item panels. Wild Forest Sword +2, Epic +400 attack, +270 strength. Wild Forest Crown +2, Epic all attributes +150. Silk Belt +2, Epic +350 defense, +150 constitution, +200 agility. Damn! Every single piece had grown noticeably stronger. The increases weren't minor either. The crown alone granting +150 to all attributes was ridiculous. Leon could feel it too. His body felt heavier, sturdier, more refined. His grip on the sword felt firmer, his movements more controlled. Beep. Warning. 10 seconds remaining before teleportation to the Novice Divine Temple. Leon didn't waste another second. He immediately opened his status panel, wanting to see everything clearly one last time before being pulled away. Name, Leon Rykard. Talent, 100% drop rate, SSS. Subtalents, Constitution Enhancement, E level, Strength Enhancement, F level. Level, 10, locked, Constitution, 424, +655 +216. 1, Strength, 384, plus 570 plus 95. Agility, 405, plus 490. Spirit, 419, plus 615. Skills. Appraisal, LV.4. Vision Enhancement, LV.4. Powerful Fireball, LV.6. Lightning Strike, LV.3. Crescent Slash, LV.2. Combat Power, 3,264, plus 6,032. Free points to allocate, 20. Eternal Coins, 3,138. Reputation points, 50. Wow. Leon stared at the numbers for a moment longer than he intended. His combat power was brushing against 10,000. That alone was insane. Even in his past life, even across the many races he had encountered, almost nobody had reached something like this at level 10. And yet, here he was. Leon clenched his fist slowly. At that moment, he truly felt it. He was ready. Then, just as the countdown was about to reach 0, another notification appeared in front of him. Ding! You have received a message from Eleanor Starlight. Leon blinked and opened it. Eleanor Starlight. I didn't get to say it before, but good luck to Sa. A small smile tugged at the corner of Leon's lips. Without hesitation, he typed a response. Leon Rykard. See you soon. And the instant the message was sent, boom! A massive beam of blinding light descended from the sky. The entire Novice Village No. 1 shook as if struck by divine force. The pillar of light was so large it could be seen from anywhere within the village. Holy shit? What the fuck is that thing? Someone's ascending already? Players everywhere froze in place, staring at the sky in disbelief. The beam struck Leon directly, wrapping around his body as if it were lifting him by force. In the next moment, he was carried upward, his surroundings dissolving into pure light as he ascended to the next stage of eternal ascension. But just as Leon vanished into the sky, two figures appeared at the spot where he had been standing. They materialized silently, their forms shrouded in dense mist. Their features were impossible to see, as if reality itself refused to reveal them. One was tall and broad-shouldered, the other slimmer, standing with relaxed posture. Earth is a low-level world, right? The male figure spoke, his voice calm but tinged with curiosity. It's only been a few hours, and one of them already ascended? I guess so, the woman replied with a shrug. But do you really think he has what it takes to survive the rest? The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Nah, as I thought. The woman smiled faintly. Still, I wonder why the Heavenly One placed so much importance on this particular person. We're not meant to understand his intentions, the man replied. Better to focus on what we were asked to do. True, the woman said softly. All we can do now is hope things go well. Not just for us, but for everything. The man nodded. All the pieces are set. Now it's time to see what happens. Everyone's been waiting for this. As soon as the conversation ended, both figures dissolved into faint, dark particles. The mist lingering around the area dispersed, leaving no trace of their presence behind. Ding! You are the first person from Earth to reach the Novice Divine Temple. You have been rewarded with 25 reputation points. Ding! You have arrived at the Novice Divine Temple. Please enter the temple to begin your assessment. You may also reset inside if you want to. Leon opened his eyes. Clouds surrounded him. He was standing on them, his feet pressing against a solid surface that felt no different from stone. Before him stood a colossal structure. A massive temple floated in the sky, its scale so overwhelming it made everything else seem insignificant. Above the enormous gate at the front, glowing letters were engraved into the structure itself. Novice Divine Temple. This place hovered above the clouds, unreachable by any normal means. It was the first true checkpoint for anyone who advanced beyond the novice stage. Seeing this again after so long, Leon muttered, a grin forming on his face. Incredible. There were other divine temples for later assessments, each with its own atmosphere and rules. But this was where it all began. Leon took a quiet breath and walked forward. The moment he reached the entrance, the massive gate opened on its own, revealing a long corridor stretching inward. He stepped inside without hesitation. The corridor was breathtaking. Walls made of white jade rose hundreds of feet high on both sides, engraved with countless patterns. Figures of various beings, some humanoid, some monstrous, some divine, were carved into the surface with impossible detail. The entire place radiated majesty. At the end of the corridor stood another massive gate. Leon walked until he reached it, then passed through. He entered a vast hall. Ding! Killing is forbidden in here. Any violators will be obliterated. Leon barely glanced at the message. He had no intention of fighting. But the moment he stepped inside, he felt it. Thousands of gazes turned toward him at once. Someone new arrived once more. That race. I've never seen it before. It's a human, though the ones I met weren't from this low-level world. I see. Earth. A low-level world. Leon remained calm. He didn't react. The hall was massive, filled with countless individuals gathered together. Every corner was occupied. And yet, not a single one of them was human. There were beings with wolf heads and humanoid bodies, elves with glowing eyes, demons with horns and wings, creatures with octopus-like limbs, others with deep blue skin or crystalline features. Races from countless worlds were gathered here in the novice divine temple. Leon could see it clearly in their eyes: arrogance. To them, someone from a low-level world couldn't possibly stand on the same footing. Leon didn't care. Nobody could fight here anyway. Eternal Ascension classified worlds into 4 ranks: low, intermediate, high, and eternal. No one knew exactly how the ranking system worked. But Leon knew one thing: power decided everything. Some of the races here possessed terrifying innate abilities. Even so, Leon remained unfazed. As he calmly observed his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "No way," the feminine voice said, filled with shock. "It's you." Leon turned around. Standing right in front of him was Amelia Verdant, the elf, the very same one he had saved from poison back in that cave. "Oh," that was all Leon managed to say. For the first time since arriving, he was genuinely surprised. I recommend checking the auxiliary chapter at this point to understand how stones work. The other plus is from the talent. Amelia had died in Leon's past life. Because of that, seeing her standing here, alive, breathing, and looking at him with wide eyes, was extremely strange. Back then, he hadn't been strong enough. He hadn't been fast enough. He had arrived too late, and by the time he learned of her fate, there was nothing he could do about it. And now she was here, alive, standing inside the Novice Divine Temple, having already reached level 10. What made it even stranger was the fact that Amelia recognized him instantly. Leon was used to cold looks, arrogant gazes, indifference, especially here, where races from higher-level worlds naturally look down on those from weaker ones. Yet Amelia hadn't hesitated for even a second. She had seen him and immediately called out. Leon quickly opened his appraisal, directing it toward her without any hesitation. The panel that appeared was different than usual. Name: Amelia Verdant. Level: 10. World: Verdia. High level. As one might expect, every individual or group in this hall was from a different world. People from higher-level worlds had more restrictions placed on how much information others could see, especially at this stage. Verdia, a high-level world. That explained a lot. Leon glanced around the hall while Amelia was still processing the shock of seeing him. Nearly everyone present was from a different world. Leon even took the time to observe some of those displayed, though the majority were from intermediate to high-level worlds. One important thing Leon already knew, but many newcomers didn't, was that this hall wasn't temporary. People could stay here as long as they wanted. Only after completing their first assessment would they be allowed to leave the Novice Divine Temple and move on to the next domain of Eternal Ascension. "I'm surprised," Amelia finally said as she stepped closer to him. "I really thought we wouldn't meet again for a while." Leon shrugged lightly. Fate's strange, he replied. At least you're safe. Amelia let out a small laugh. Yeah, she said, though there was something sharp behind it. The ones who tried to kill me already moved on to the next domain. I didn't find them in my novice village. Leon's expression didn't change, but his thoughts shifted immediately. In his past life, those people had succeeded, as Amelia had arrived in his novice village and died. This time, Leon had intervened. He had changed the outcome, but the people behind it were still out there. And now they were ahead. Did you go through your assessment yet? Leon asked, already aware of how this whole thing works. No. Amelia shook her head. I'm still trying to understand how this place works. And I want to prepare first, just in case. Leon nodded. That was the smart move. The first assessment was always done solo. Once you entered, it was just you and the trial. Because of that, support-focused individuals were naturally at a disadvantage. People like Amelia, for example, would struggle far more than frontline fighters. Let's move, Leon said simply, already turning around. Amelia hesitated for half a second, then followed him, her scepter resting against her side. As they walked together, Leon could feel eyes on them, a human and an elf. Side by side, that alone drew attention. Some gazes were curious, others were disdainful, a few were openly mocking. Leon ignored all of it. Eventually, they reached the center of the hall. There, standing tall and unmoving, was a massive divine steel. Its surface looked like smooth stone, yet light constantly flowed beneath it, as if something alive existed inside. A person stood before it now, their palm pressed against the surface. Others had gathered around, watching closely. After a few seconds, ding, C-rank. A panel appeared above the steel. Immediately, voices erupted. Ha, only C-rank? I mean, that's still decent. Only around 20% of people can even complete that. Yeah, but the rewards won't be that great. What are you talking about? Don't you need at least 4,000 combat power just to qualify for a C-rank assessment? Well, I've got over 6,000, so I'm aiming for B rank. Leon listened quietly. This was the divine steel. Its purpose was simple. It evaluated an individual and determined the highest rank assessment they were allowed to attempt. The ranks went from F all the way to S. The higher the rank, the harder the assessment, and the better the rewards. It was said that even among high-level worlds, very few people could clear an A-rank assessment. As for S-rank, those were legends. Only people from eternal-level worlds were even qualified. And even then, completion rates were abysmal. Failure didn't mean death, at least not immediately. If you failed an assessment, you were downgraded to the rank below and forced to attempt that one instead. For example, if that person failed their C-rank assessment, they would have to go through a D-rank one and so on. But if you failed an F-rank assessment, you were obliterated, deemed too weak to continue existing in eternal ascension. In his past life, Leon had only qualified for a D-rank assessment. He barely survived it. The rewards were mediocre at best. This time was different. My turn, Leon said, stepping forward with a faint grin. As he approached the steel, whispers followed. A human. I've heard of them. Weak race. I met some from an intermediate-level world before, but this one's from a low-level world. E-rank should be more than enough for him. Amelia watched quietly from behind, her gaze fixed on Leon. She didn't say anything. She just waited. Leon placed his palm against the divine steel. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, whoosh, a blinding light exploded outward, flooding the entire hall. People cried out in surprise, shielding their eyes. The steel vibrated violently. Boom! A massive panel appeared above it. S-rank. The hall fell into stunned silence. What? S-rank? That's impossible. I thought only people from eternal-level worlds could get that. This has to be a mistake. Amelia stared at the panel, then burst out laughing. She couldn't help it. Of course it was S-rank. She had expected nothing else. Leon had never bragged, never showed off his strength. But she knew. From the moment he saved her, she knew he was different. Don't you need around 8,000 combat power just for A rank? Someone shouted. Then how much do you need for S rank? At least 10,000. This is insane. A low-level world human at level 10? No one could understand it. And more importantly, no one dared approach him. In front of them stood someone with nearly 10,000 combat power. A complete anomaly. Leon calmly stepped away from the steel and returned to Amelia. She took her turn next. Light flared. And moments later, a rank? Leon nodded. That's good. Amelia let out a small sigh. Not as good as yours, she said, shaking her head. But I'm satisfied. Now we just need to complete them. Leon didn't respond immediately. He didn't know what an S-rank assessment contained. In his past life, he had never even seen one. He would be going in blind. But he wasn't afraid. The rewards will be worth it, Leon thought calmly. I'll be fine. They walked together toward the far end of the hall. 7 gates stood there, each marked with a letter, from F to S. A person could only enter a gate if their evaluation matched it, or was lower. See you later, Leon said. Let's both complete our assessments. Amelia looked at him for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded. All right. She headed toward the A-rank gate, where only a few others stood nearby, and stepped inside. As for Leon, he walked toward the S-rank gate. There was no one else around it. Not a single person. Because no one else here qualified. Leon stopped in front of the gate and took a slow, steady breath. Then, without hesitation, he stepped inside. Fwish! Ding! You have arrived at the S-rank assessment ground. Origin Plains. Leon slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind either. It was heavy, pressing down on him from all sides, as if the land itself was watching. Dark green grass stretched endlessly across the plains, its color muted, almost drained of life. Above him, the sky was dim and clouded, with no visible sun or stars, just a dull, oppressive glow that made it hard to tell whether it was day or night. Far in the distance stood a massive mountain. It towered over everything else in the plains, rising like a pillar that pierced the sky. Its peak radiated an overwhelming power, faint waves of pressure rolling outward from it, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Leon narrowed his eyes. He had never seen this place before. And yet, as he stared at the mountain, a strange feeling stirred within him. Not in the sense that he remembered it, but more like his body recognized it. As if something deep inside him was being pulled toward that peak, quietly urging him to move. Leon frowned slightly. What made things even stranger was the lack of information. Normally, the moment someone entered an assessment ground, a panel would appear explaining the objective. Even A-rank assessments gave at least some guidance, as he had spoken to some people who went through them. You'll know what to do as soon as it starts. But now, nothing. Leon waited for a few more seconds, scanning his surroundings, half expecting another panel to pop up. But nothing appeared. So I have to figure it out myself, he muttered. He crouched down and placed his palm against the ground, channeling his power. Appraisal. He wanted a map, or at least some basic information about the terrain. Beep. You are not allowed to analyze this place. Leon's brow twitched. So it's restricted. Either the assessment itself blocked appraisal entirely, or his skill simply wasn't high enough to pierce whatever authority governed this land. Given that this was an S-rank assessment, the latter wouldn't be surprising. He stood back up and dusted off his hand. Fine. If he couldn't rely on appraisal, then he'd do things the old-fashioned way. Leon lifted his gaze once more toward the distant mountain. The pressure coming from its peak hadn't lessened in the slightest. If anything, the longer he stared, the more it felt like the source of everything here. That's where I'm supposed to go, he concluded. There was no time limit announced, which meant he didn't need to rush recklessly. Still, standing still wouldn't accomplish anything either. Leon leaned forward and burst into motion. The moment he sprinted, the plains around him blurred. His agility had long surpassed what level 10 should allow, and every step sent him flying dozens of meters forward. The dark grass bent under his feet, the air whistling past his ears as he advanced straight toward the mountain. For several minutes, nothing happened. No monsters, no obstacles, just the endless plains and that looming peak ahead. Then boom! The ground in front of Leon suddenly split open. A massive fissure tore through the earth, stretching wide enough to swallow buildings. From within the darkness below, cold, oppressive auras surged outward. Leon skidded to a halt just as figures began to crawl out of the crack. 6 of them. They were clad in pitch-black armor, their forms tall and imposing. Dark mist leaked from the gaps in their armor, and beneath their helmets, faint crimson lights flickered where eyes should have been. Every single one of them fixed their gaze on Leon. Leon exhaled slowly and activated appraisal. Soldier of Darkness, level 10, talent, Darkness Control, D-level. Combat power, 8,000, details. Soldiers of darkness that follow the will of the Heavenly One. They will eliminate anything that obstructs their path. Leon's eyes sharpened. So that's how it is. Each of these soldiers was pushing the absolute limit of level 10 combat power. One of them alone would be enough to massacre an entire novice village. Even inside the novice divine temple, very few people could confidently defeat even one. 6 at once would normally be a death sentence. Leon, however, felt no fear. Well, he muttered, tightening his grip on both his staff and sword. This is an assessment. I can't die here. His gaze hardened. But that doesn't mean I can afford to hold back. He raised his staff and poured spirit into it without hesitation. Powerful fireball. Lightning strike. The air distorted violently. A massive fireball condensed in front of Leon, its heat warping the space around it. At the same time, crackling arcs of lightning gathered overhead, responding to his call. He thrust his staff forward. Boom! The fireball exploded as it struck the front line of soldiers, engulfing the area in searing flames. The explosion was far stronger than anything Leon had used before. The upgraded skill unleashed its full power, scorching the plains and sending shockwaves outward. 2 of the soldiers were instantly reduced to charred remains. The other 4 were thrown back, their armor cracked and blackened, dark mist leaking uncontrollably from their bodies. Leon's eyes flicked toward them. So it works. A level 6 skill was something no one at this stage should possess. The damage and area of effect were on a completely different level. Zap! The lightning strike descended next, slamming into one of the remaining soldiers. Electricity danced across its armor, locking its body in place. Leon noticed something interesting at that moment. The other soldiers reacted. They moved, positioning themselves between Leon and the stunned soldier, raising their blades defensively. I guess they have some sort of intelligence, Leon muttered. One of the soldiers suddenly lunged forward, its movements sharp and decisive. A dark blade flashed as it aimed straight for Leon's neck. Leon didn't even flinch. Vision enhancement. The world slowed. Every motion became crystal clear. Leon sidestepped with ease, the blade slicing through empty air. In the same motion, he swung his sword, cutting cleanly through the soldier's side. The dark armor split apart. Before the soldier could retreat, Leon followed up with another slash, this time cleaving its body in half. The remains collapsed onto the grass. Only 3 left. They hesitated. Whether it was fear or calculation, Leon didn't care. If you won't come to me, he said calmly, I'll go to you. He shifted his stance and poured power into his sword. Crescent slash. Energy gathered along the blade, forming a sharp, crescent-shaped arc. The soldiers realized what was coming and attempted to move, but it was too late. Slash. The crescent tore through the air, cutting across the plains in a wide arc. It passed through all 3 soldiers in an instant, slicing cleanly through their armor and bodies. They fell without another sound. Leon lowered his sword and let out a slow breath. Yeah, definitely overpowered. Ding! You have killed X6 Soldier of Darkness. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon immediately opened his storage, scanning through the loot. Given the nature of this place, he doubted these drops were meaningless. And sure enough, Subtalent Scroll X6, Darkness Control, D-Level, Sword of Darkness X3, Epic plus 300 attack, plus 200 strength. Requirement: at least one darkness-related skill or subtalent. Legacy Fragment X4, Legendary pages taken from the Book of Inheritance. Records the legacy of the gods. Gather all fragments to obtain the inheritance. April 30th. Leon paused. Legacy fragments. He focused on the pages. Each one was old, its surface covered in symbols and characters unlike anything he had ever seen. Numbers were etched at the bottom of each page. 5, 8, 11, and 4. When he tried to read them, nothing happened. He couldn't understand a single word. Eternal Ascension automatically translated all languages, regardless of world or race. The fact that this wasn't being translated meant only one thing. This is beyond the system's standard rules. Leon's expression grew serious. 30 pages total. He had 4. So this is the objective, he murmured. Collect the pages. Then something happens. Not every enemy dropped them, which meant he'd have to hunt specific targets, or perhaps stronger ones. Leon's gaze sharpened with anticipation. He also noted the other drops. 6 D-rank subtalent scrolls were absurdly valuable, even at higher levels. The swords were powerful too, though their requirements made them useless to him for now. Without hesitation, Leon took one of the subtalent scrolls and poured his mana into it. The scroll tore apart, dissolving into dark particles that seeped into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the D-level subtalent, Darkness Control. After acquiring this new subtalent, Leon didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately pulled out the remaining scrolls from his storage space and stared at them. 5 more Darkness Control subtalent scrolls floated before him, each one pulsing faintly with dark energy. If he could fuse them successfully, his strength would rise again. Subtalents were different from skills and equipment. They didn't have levels. They didn't grow naturally over time. The only way to improve them was through fusion, and fusion was never guaranteed. Leon already knew the risk. Still, he raised the first scroll and poured his mana into it, guiding it toward his newly acquired subtalent. Beep! Fusion failed. The scroll shattered into nothingness, its darkness dispersing into the air. Leon didn't react much. He had expected this. He picked up the second scroll and tried again. Beep! Fusion failed. The third one followed shortly after. Beep! Fusion failed. Wow, okay. Leon exhaled slowly, rubbing his forehead. He wasn't surprised, but 3 failures in a row still stung a little. The higher the rank, the lower the success rate. A failure meant the material was gone forever. Still, stopping now made no sense. He focused his mind again and activated the 4th scroll. This time, the darkness didn't disperse immediately. Instead, it twisted, merged, and sank into his body. Ding! Fusion successful. You have evolved Darkness Control, D-level, to Darkness Manipulation, C-level. Leon felt it instantly. The darkness around him didn't feel foreign anymore. It no longer pressed against his skin like an external force. Instead, it flowed naturally, as if it acknowledged his presence. Darkness Manipulation, C-level. The darkness blends with your being. Darkness-based attacks deal much less damage to you, and you may learn skills related to it. Leon examined the description calmly. Element-type subtalents were terrifying when used correctly. They could define entire builds and allow people to dominate specific environments or opponents. But this wasn't something Leon had planned for. He wasn't specializing in darkness, and he didn't particularly favor it either. For now, its usefulness was limited. Still, it wasn't completely useless. His gaze shifted to the Sword of Darkness. The requirement made it impossible for anyone without a darkness-related skill/subtalent. But now, Leon summoned the sword and gripped its hilt. The darkness wrapped around his hand obediently. That's something, at least. He didn't waste time. He pulled out 2 of the swords and initiated fusion. Ding! You have consumed 2 identical equipment. Enhancement successful. Leon blinked, then smiled faintly. Nice. I really thought my bad luck was going to continue. Sword of Darkness +2, Epic +500 attack, +300 strength. Requirement. At least 1 darkness-related skill / sub-talent. This sword was undeniably stronger than his current weapon. For a brief moment, Leon felt a bit of regret. He had spent 7 enhancement stones upgrading his old sword, and now it was already being replaced. But regret didn't linger. He could always sell it later, or give it to someone he trusted. Good equipment was rare. Most people never even had the chance to hold something like this constantly. Eleanor, David, Aaron, Alice, and more. Leon knew that people like them had absurd potential. With the right opportunities, they could easily rival elites from high-level worlds. Someday, the strongest of all races would be thrown together onto a single massive domain, overflowing with danger and opportunity. Until that day came, Leon's only priority was growth. He equipped the Sword of Darkness +2. Shadows flowed along its blade, faint but alive. Then he moved. Leon sprinted forward across the origin plains, his figure cutting through the dim grass like a streak of light. More soldiers of darkness emerged from the ground as he advanced, their dark armor and hollow gazes locking onto him. They didn't last long. One after another, they fell beneath spells and sword strikes. Powerful fireball tore through groups. Lightning strike stunned those who tried to flank him. Crescent slash erased anything that got too close. Leon didn't slow down. By the time he stopped to check his storage again, 7 additional pages had already been collected. Nearly a third of the total. Each time he obtained new subtalent scrolls, he tried to fuse them again. Every attempt failed. Even when he tried fusing them into a darkness manipulation scroll and then merging that into his own subtalent, it still didn't work. Leon wasn't bothered. He had already gained enough. The sword, on the other hand, continued to improve. Through careful fusion, he upgraded it twice more, pushing it to its limit. Sword of Darkness +4, Epic +800 attack, +400 strength. Requirement. At least 1 darkness-related skill / sub-talent. At this point, it was far beyond most weapons available at his level. Satisfied, Leon pressed on. Eventually, the plain ended. The mountain loomed before him, massive and oppressive. The glow at its peak was even stronger now, pulsing like a heartbeat. As Leon stepped closer, something blocked his path. A figure nearly twice the size of the soldier stood there, its body forged from darkness and steel. Its arms and legs were twisted into long, razor-sharp blades. Name: Darkness Envoy, Level 10, Combat Power 8,500, Details. A soldier of darkness that has trained into becoming stronger. The moment Leon finished reading, the envoy attacked. It didn't hesitate. It lunged forward, blade arms slicing through the air. Clang! Leon met the attack head-on, blocking effortlessly. The envoy struck again, and again. Each blow was deflected. Leon's combat power was higher. His strength was overwhelming. No matter how many times the envoy attacked, it couldn't push him back even a single step. After nearly 30 seconds, the monster hesitated. Confusion flickered in its movements. That moment was enough. Leon stepped forward and swung. The blade flashed. The envoy's head fell. Ding! You have killed Darkness Envoy. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Unlike the soldiers, this one dropped 2 legacy fragment pages. Good, Leon said with a grin. I'll finish even faster at this rate. He didn't stop. Leon charged up the mountain, actively searching for more envoys. When 2 attempted to ambush him, he simply split his focus. A spell distracted one while his sword erased the other. In roughly 30 minutes, he gathered 14 more pages. Then the mountain fell silent. No more enemies appeared. Leon climbed higher, step by step, until he finally reached the peak. I guess you managed to come this far. Leon stopped. He looked up. At the very top stood a half-destroyed monument, ancient and worn. In its center was a figure clad in dark robes. Behind it was a pedestal, glowing with the same power Leon had seen from below. But unfortunately, the figure continued calmly, "Your journey ends here." Leon activated appraisal instantly. Darkness Shaman, level 10. Talent, Darkness Manipulation, C level. Combat power, 10,000. Details. A shaman that was tasked to protect this place and stop anyone unworthy from completing the Book of Inheritance. The shaman raised his dark scepter and pointed it at Leon. "I'll give you a few seconds to prepare, human," he said coldly. "For we all know you won't be able to." Powerful fireball. Ha! Leon didn't even let the darkness shaman finish his sentence. The moment the words left the creature's mouth, Leon had already raised his staff and launched a fireball straight at him. There was no hesitation. This thing was the final obstacle of the S-level assessment. The last guardian. The existence that had likely crushed the hopes of everyone who managed to reach this far. Receiving an S-rank evaluation didn't mean success was guaranteed. Failing the assessment was still very much possible. Leon had no intention of taking that risk. If there was even a small chance this thing could overwhelm him if given time, then the smartest option was obvious. Kill it fast. "Not good," the shaman groaned, irritation clear in his voice as he lifted his scepter. "I hate when people interrupt me." Darkness surged outward. Darkness barrier. A thick, pitch-black barrier formed in front of the shaman just in time. The fireball slammed into it with tremendous force, erupting in a violent explosion that shook the peak of the mountain. The barrier held. Barely. Cracks spread across its surface like spiderwebs, evidence of how powerful the spell had been. "You carry both a sword and a staff," the shaman remarked calmly, his eyes fixed on Leon. "How intriguing." "I hear that one often," Leon replied flatly. Unlike the soldiers of darkness, the darkness shaman was fully aware. It observed, judged, it adapted. That alone made it dangerous. Leon didn't stop. Lightning strike. A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the darkness barrier again. The cracks deepened, spreading rapidly across the surface. The shaman's expression shifted. Only slightly, but Leon noticed. At that moment, the shaman understood something important. This human's combat power was no joke. And so, it was his turn. Darkness ball. The shaman swung his scepter, condensing darkness into a massive sphere that pulsed violently before shooting straight toward Leon. Vision enhancement. Leon activated the skill instantly. The world slowed. Every movement became clear. The flow of darkness. The angle of the attack. The timing. Boom! Leon leapt to the side just before impact. The darkness ball slammed into the ground behind him and exploded, sending debris and shattered stone flying in all directions. Leon didn't retreat. Whoosh! He surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His sword flashed as he struck the barrier again and again, each swing heavy with strength. The barrier trembled. Crack! With one final blow, the darkness barrier shattered completely, dissolving into fragments of fading darkness. The shaman staggered back. "What?" he exclaimed, genuine shock in his voice. "You destroyed it in so few attacks. How strong are you?" Leon didn't answer. He simply raised his staff. Powerful fireball. Another blazing sphere shot forward. The shaman snarled and responded immediately, launching another darkness ball. The two collided midair, detonating in a massive explosion that engulfed the peak in fire and shadow. "It'll take much more than that to defeat me," the shaman roared. "I have stopped most of those who came here. You won't be any different." The smoke slowly cleared, and then the shaman frowned. The human was gone. Slash! Pain erupted through his body as Leon's sword cleaved straight through him from behind, slicing him cleanly in half before he could even react. The shaman froze. Then his body split apart and collapsed. Ding! You have killed Darkness Shaman, boss. 100% drop rate has triggered. Items have been automatically placed in your storage space. Leon exhaled slowly and lowered his weapons. He immediately checked what had dropped. Subtalent scroll. Darkness manipulation, sea level. Darkness barrier. Epic focus the element of darkness into a barrier that can tank several blows. Requirement. Darkness manipulation, sea level. Skill stones X3. Legacy fragment X3. Damn. Leon didn't waste time. He grabbed the sub-talent scroll and tore it apart, guiding the dark energy straight into his body, attempting to fuse it with his existing sub-talent. The darkness surged violently. Then ding! Fusion successful. It actually worked? Leon felt a sudden change. The darkness around him wasn't just reacting to him anymore. It was emanating from him. Do you have evolved darkness manipulation, sea level, to Vessel of Darkness, B level? Vessel of Darkness, B level. Darkness seems to emanate from you. Darkness-based attacks will deal a lot less damage to you. Perhaps evolving this talent any further isn't a good idea. Leon stared at the description. A B-level subtalent. He hadn't expected that. Not this fast. Unlike other subtalents that specialized in specific effects, this one felt broad. Fundamental. Almost dangerous in how simple it was. The warning at the end caught his attention as well. Interesting. He stored that thought away for later. Next, Leon poured mana into the darkness barrier, skill scroll, and tore it apart. Ding! You have learned Darkness Barrier. With his new subtalent, he was confident the barrier would be far stronger than what the shaman had used. Once everything was settled, Leon turned toward the small monument the shaman had been protecting. He walked closer, each step slow and deliberate. The moment he reached the center of the area, every legacy fragment inside his storage space burst out at once. The pages spun around Leon in a wide circle, moving faster and faster until they merged together in a blinding flash of light. Leon shielded his eyes. When the light faded, an ancient book floated in midair before him. Golden divine runes surfaced and vanished across its cover, radiating an overwhelming presence. Ding! You have obtained the Book of Inheritance. I guess that really was the goal of the assessment, Leon said, letting out a relieved breath. Good. He reached out and grabbed the book. The moment his hand touched it, Leon felt a subtle urge, guiding him toward the pedestal behind the monument. My assessment should be complete once I place this, right? Leon stepped forward and set the Book of Inheritance onto the pedestal. It locked into place instantly. And then ding! Open the Book of Inheritance and face the gaze of the gods. Seriously? Leon stared at the panel. He had genuinely believed that assembling the book would be the end of it. The reward. The conclusion. But it seemed there was still more. Well, Leon muttered, tightening his grip on his weapons. Whatever. Bring it on. He opened the book. Instantly, a blinding flash of light swallowed him whole. Ding! You have entered the heavenly courtyard. Leon felt himself being pulled through space itself. His senses blurred, and a moment later he slammed onto solid ground. He rolled and sprang to his feet immediately, staff and sword raised, fully prepared for battle. But nothing attacked him. The place was silent. Leon stood in a vast courtyard filled with ancient architecture. The structures were breathtaking, yet the pressure in the air made his skin crawl. This wasn't a battlefield. This was something else entirely. His eyes locked onto a massive gate in the distance. It was tightly shut, radiating an aura far greater than anything else around. Leon swallowed. Must be the last room, he thought as he started walking toward it. Here goes nothing. /N Power Stones greatly help the novel. If you like it, feel free to give some. Thank you.